Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's a great day to be here. We've got some outstanding racing coming up. It is the final race of the season. Can you believe it's winding down as it is already? I'm here in the tower along with John Matthews. And John, what a great, great day. We have seen some warm days. We've seen some rainy days this season, but this is about picture perfect.
Charles, this would be called Chamber of Commerce weather, as we're here just outside of Dawsonville in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains, which you might catch some glimpses of on the screen in the background. Mid-50s right now. Temperatures will be warming up into the low 70s, but it was chilly this morning, almost jacket weather. Talked with a couple of drivers on a pit walk earlier. No cool suits needed. We're not dealing with that furnace of August. We finally reached this promised land of fall weather where people start thinking about Halloween, hay rides, and of course today, horsepower.
Well, it's going to be a great day. Looking forward to a lot of good racing action happening. Right now, if you would, fans, please rise for our invocation and our national anthem. And to deliver our invocation today, we're going to go to my sidekick.
All of this up in your son's holy name, Jesus. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. In this broadcast and also here at the track, we have a cast of characters. It's not just John and myself. Joining us on the mic will also be Will Rigdon, our executive producer. And John, you've got a list of people who make this thing happen each week.
Well, Charles, the woman who's really keeping us in line, Michaela Denny is our producer, and we have camera operators Ethan Denny, Collins Rigdon, and Mikey Lemon Drop Lane. He'll be working the drone. Our chief starter this morning and all of today, Brent Landry, and driving in the safety car, Rachel Heiler. So that's some of the staff that will be helping us. So race fans, if you're watching online, whether it's from Facebook or YouTube, we just ask that as you're watching, give us a like, give us a follow, share, subscribe, whatever buttons that you have in your social platform media. Help your friends see the racing action that's going on today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And John, our race director is Peter Litzenberger. He's also a big part of this, although he's not part of our telecast. He's a very important part of what goes on here at the racetrack. So I want to mention Peter as well as the race director for today's program.
If you're watching online, race fans, you can see one of the beautiful drone cam shots looking right down at the main building here and that start-finish line. Atlanta Motorsports Park's main track is just under 2 miles, officially 1.89 miles, 16 turns, just one short straightaway here on the main straightaway, about the only flat piece of ground. This Herman Tilke designed course will test every driver, various radius corners, braking zones, and elevation, over 90 feet of elevation. As you see the camera pan around, that's turn 1 down there, and you can see the new condos that are being built. If you want to purchase a condo or get some information about them, head to atlantamotorsportspark.com. That's www.atlantamotorsportspark.com.
John, we've had an opportunity to be out on the race course in weeks past here, and we know for one thing, you're carrying a lot of speed down this front straightaway. You go by the flag stand, start finish line, and going down into turn one is quite an experience because you're barreling down in there with full speed, and then you've got to make a huge hairpin turn as you head down toward turn two and up to the carousel.
Well, and what the shot on screen doesn't show right now, there's some elevation drop into turn one. We have some other camera angles that will show once you cross the start-finish line, the drivers are off the brake, or excuse me, off the gas, hard on the brake, downshifting 2 or maybe 3 gears in our radical class, and the downhill makes it even harder to get into that corner. Another interesting corner when they get to turn 6, another heavy braking zone where, as opposed to making a left-hand hairpin turn, they'll be coming back to the right. So a mix of corners on this beautiful course here just outside of Dawsonville.
Yeah, when Hilke designed this, I wonder if he envisioned that the tower was going to be right here, because there's a lot of action right there in turn 6. That is a showcase corner here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we do see quite a bit of action. And it's not so much spinning out, and it's not so much guys coming across the rumble strips, which would be your normal things you would think about. By the way, there's a penalty for that. We'll talk about that later. But it's watching where the guys break. It's watching how they lock up the wheels, if that happens to happen, how they slide their tires. It's all about finesse in that corner. And it's interesting to watch that, and from our perspective, we get a good shot at it today.
Well, Charles, a couple of the other corners that are worth noting here. Turn number 4, our carousel turn, pays homage to the Nürburgring in Germany. I would say for drivers, that turn just seems to go on forever. Turn 16, and that's designed based on the Spa course in Belgium, the Eau Rouge corner, another test of drivers as they get onto that front straightaway.
Well, the Eau Rouge Spa. Over our period of time here, and these are older model Miatas basically that have a few modifications on them. They're limited as to what they do. They're specified as to what they can do, hence the name Spec Miata. And they're following our pace car around right now. The safety car has control of them as they come through this major corner they're going to be looking at the last time under slow conditions.
That's right. You can see the drivers trying to weave the cars, get some heat into the tires. It is a cooler day. They just went through turn 6. Here's the scheduled starting lineup for race number 1 in our Spec Miata on the pole, courtesy of the fast time in qualifying earlier today. Raiden Nickel in the number 93 car. Lining up outside of Raiden, on the outside of row number 1, number 64, Keith Williamson. Bill Miller in the number 6 car will start inside of row number 2. Jose Garcia in the 00 will start outside row number 2. Bill Kring in the number 91 will line up inside row number 3 with Blakely Fabiani in the 85 outside. Blakely, a winner of one of the races when we raced in September. Jerry Griffin in the 87 lines up inside row 4 with Jeremy Buckingham alongside in the number 54. The 931 of Rodriguez Walker will line up inside row 5 with Tal Sfani in the number 33 car. And Bill Griffin in the 62 will line up in the 6th row and shotgun on the field.
Of course, Raiden Nickel leads the points battle into this final race today. He's starting out pretty well. He was our fast qualifier, so he starts out on the pole for this, the number 93 car. And the youngster doing pretty well. You've had a chance to talk with him a couple of times in Victory Lane here, and he's been quite interesting to talk with about the youngster as he gets ready to bring the field to green. They come out of turn 17, 16? Where are they coming out of? The 16, 17 group down there.
Sweet 16. And as they come down, we see the green flag from starter Brett Landry, and we're on Spec Miata, race number 1 at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And they head to that treacherous turn number 1 for the first time. Cool tires. Let's see if everybody makes it through cleanly. They stay in a pretty tight.
Oh, that looks like Blakely Fabiani had gone off course there. Saved it, but unfortunately lost about a half dozen positions there as our leader, led by Raiden Nickel, charges up to the carousel.
Well, Fabiani is going to be pretty strong. We've seen him in the past do some pretty good things with a race car, so he has got some area to try to see if he can make up right now, but he slows off turn 4. That car's not looking real sporty right now.
Up front, our leaders getting into that tough turn 6 right-hand turn there. You can see in our overhead shot, Jose Garcia trying to get to the inside of the number 5, Bill Miller, for third place as Raiden Nickel extends ahead. Now, Charles, we had talked earlier about potential penalties. It's off that turn 6 where you see those blue and white stripes. If a driver gets 4 wheels beyond that curbing, they could be assessed a penalty. So that's something to watch today.
Raiden Nickel, your leader, leads them into turn 12 as they get ready to make that big swing around off turn 12, 13, and 14. And they'll be heading back. We'll get our first lap complete in just a few minutes, but right now it's Raiden Nickel who leads Keith Williamson as they work their way off of turn 14. There you see Raiden Nickel, the leader. He's bringing that car back through 16. He is, man, look at him go. He came by slowly to start with because that was the first lap, but he takes it hard down into turn 1 right now, puts those brakes on relatively early, but he makes it through and still holds the same advantage as he had over Keith Williamson. They head to 2.
The race for the Spec Miatas will last about 20 minutes. It's not a certain number of laps, so it'll be 20 minutes. Then we'll probably see the white flag come out. So the number of laps depends on how well the drivers are doing on track, as we see Raiden Nickel continue to hold off Keith Williamson through that carousel corner. As Blakely Fabiani pulls into the pit area, had some troubles right at turn 1 of lap 1. This is not the way that Fabiani wanted his day to start.
Yeah, you got to wonder if something broke on that car when he went off into the sand pit, or if it just is not running right, or if he just decided that at this point, I don't know, it was running slow coming off 4. That's all I know about.
So we can look out our window and see Fabiani pull to a stop in pit lane. Out front, Raiden Nickel continues to lead. Best battle on the track probably for third, as Bill Miller is right now holding off Jose Garcia. Garcia has won 3 races here in 2021, but Raiden Nickel has been the man.
Number 1.
A good exit off turn number 1 is important, as the drivers will work uphill and back up through the gears through turns 2 and 3. And then it's heavy on the brakes as they figure out how to get around that carousel, as Raiden Nickel holding off Keith Williamson, but Williamson's not going away yet, so he's maintaining striking distance, as then we see that battle for third with Jose Garcia just not able to hold on to Bill Miller's rear bumper.
John, I'm not so sure we're not seeing Williamson do a little bit of catching up on Raiden Nickel right now. Looks like there's the car length separation between those is a little less than it was maybe a lap ago, so Keith Williamson having a pretty good run here.
At the top of the screen that was just on that overhead shot, you can also see the karting track that is on the property here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they will have cars out on track at various points. Now you can see our leaders heading through turns number 11 and 12. 12 is one of the slowest points on the track. It's a blind corner, and then once they drop downhill to the left, drivers will be hard on the gas, back up through the gearbox through 13, 14, and turn 15 as they set up for the front straightaway. So
it'll be interesting to watch how Fabiani, if he can get back in this race or not. They're down there looking at his car. They've been talking with him. He's out of the car right now. We'll find out what happens for him in second race of the day.
This camera shot, race fans, you can really see how much that front straightaway drops downhill towards the end. So where the drivers cross the start-finish line, they get on the brakes for that tight hairpin turn number 1. Now we can see a little bit of a gap opening up for Raiden Nickel, where on that last lap, maybe about a second ahead. So he is starting to see Williamson fade in his rearview mirror, and that's what he wants.
It's young Raiden Nickel taking it down toward turn 4, and that gap is opening up, as you said, John. So we're seeing that happen. I noticed last time through, Williamson smoked his tires a little bit, locked him up just a little bit coming through turn 4. This time he makes it a little cleaner on that exit and entrance into that big sweeping turn here right in front of us.
So here we're getting a look at turn number 6 on the track. Tough right-hand corners. We do see another car further back in the pack smoking its tires. That's the number 62 of Bill Griffin. It is difficult to judge that corner. It's so easy to overcook it, and there we saw Griffin locking up a wheel and smoking through the corner.
We see Jeremy Buckingham out there. Jeremy's in a little different ride than the other guys. We have 2 divisions out here racing right now, and so Jeremy is out there in the, I guess that's a BMW, I believe, looks like.
That would be our Spec E30 class.
So he's on a little different timetable than everybody else, so he would be best in class, I would say.
Here we see young Raiden Nichols sweeping off Sweet 16 and down the front straightaway to put another lap on the board. And then they'll get hard on the brakes into turn 1. Looked like maybe Nickel might have had a little bit of smoke from our vantage point here. So a heavy braking zone in turn 1, but now he's back on the gas. And Williamson, again, about 10 car lengths back as we pan back to what has been the best battle through the day is that battle for third with Miller and Garcia.
Yeah, they're battling hard as they head up right now, working up into turn number 4. You see that? It's almost a 3-car battle. Our fourth or fifth competitor back there, Bill Kring, has faded a little bit from that. He was in the thick of things for a while there, though, with those other 2.
So that's that sweeping carousel where drivers, Charles, I'll say it almost feels like you're in a roundabout, one of those European roundabouts. The turn just goes on forever.
Or a Dawsonville roundabout.
Dawsonville roundabout. Speaking of Dawsonville, huge day in town. They're having their Moonshine Festival, the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, parades, car show, swap meet, all kinds of activities. We're just a few miles west of that here, nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains.
You saw the 62 of Bill Griffin get way off line there in turn 4, got way past the rumble strips, just had a bad exit off turn 6 that time. So for Bill Griffin, that was not the best lap for him coming through turn number 6.
Well, what makes that so tough is they're, again, downhill, and then you can almost see that it pitches uphill into that tight turn, so it's just so hard to judge. Someone who's judging well around this course, though, is Raiden Nickel. We see him flash past the start-finish line once again, and they'll be hard on the brakes downhill into turn 1. This is a beautiful shot from our drone cam right now. As the battle for third is heating up, I do see Jose Garcia looking to the inside of Bill Miller down into turn 1.
Well, Jose's got a run on him this time, but Miller is trying to see if he can break away a little bit. They start to get back single file as they head up into 2 and by the I don't know what you call it. Will Rigdon is here. Will, what do you call that flag stand? It's not a temporary flag stand. It's a mid-course flag stand. What do you call that?
Up in race control, they actually call that turn 2 flag stand. So there's a slight turn out there. So it's the 2-3 corner stand.
Well, we got a battle going on. This is the battle for third and fourth. Look at this as Garcia looks to the inside. Oh, my goodness. Miller and Garcia battling right now as they head off turn 6.
Miller able to pull a little bit of a gap down what we'd call the back straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, although it has a couple of twists in it. So Miller was able to hold that gap as, again, we see out front Raiden Nickel leads about 10 car lengths back as Keith Williamson. And then it's a good chunk back to that battle for third with Miller and Garcia as Miller heads up into turn 12.
Miller's got Garcia right behind him. They vanish by.
As you can see Garcia trying to get a good run off 16. Turn 1 is a great passing opportunity here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And now we see Miller covering the inside with Garcia coming up on the outside. Will Garcia try a crossover through 1? He gets a good drive off, and now he's right to that rear deck lid of Miller as they head to turn 2.
Will Rigdon's got a report on Blakely Fabiani and what happened with him down in turn 1.
So race director went down there, did a little investigating, and there was contact going into 1. He is trying to figure that out right now, so there could be some points taken off here by the end of this race, but there was contact into Blake Fabiani as he was heading into turn 1 there during the opening lap.
Well, that was certainly interesting. I wondered if we are glad to know that, because we wondered at the beginning, was it something where he just overdrove on cold tires? But if there was contact, that explains why he went off-road for a while.
Well, that's what it looked like from up here in the booth, and that's why the race director went down there right away to check that rear fender to see for some scuff marks, and there was some damage. And so they're reviewing footage right now on the screens up here, and more than likely there will be a penalty assigned after the race, but we won't know until it's done.
Will, you talk about points. This is the final race, race 8 of an 8-race series. The championship is on the line, not just trophies for the day. Drivers have been accumulating points through the season. They get to drop their worst day of the season, so we're going to need the mathematicians, Will, because not only now are we talking drop a race, we could be talking penalties for some driver that's out there on the course right now.
And this will have a lot of effect on the championship points right now.
As look at Jose Garcia getting right to the rear bumper of Bill Miller. Let's see if he's able to do some sort of slingshot move down the front straightaway. As we go to the drone cam, Garcia again looks to the outside as Miller covers the inside, and Garcia's going full send on the outside through treacherous turn 1. That is a hard place to do business.
And as you see, he carries more momentum coming out of 1. That's why he took that outside line, and he just rockets past Miller there, coming out into the 2-3 complex.
Well, Miller should have been doing a NASCAR thing where he was trying to block him when he came down the front straightaway, because Jose was able to get to the outside. And like you said, Will, he kept that momentum up, and that was a big factor. Look at him now. There's probably 10 car lengths separating those drivers as they head down to 6.
Now we can see Talsfani reeling in Bill Kring. Bill Kring is reeling in Miller in that case, so we're still looking like maybe another great battle on the track now for 4th place between Bill Miller and Bill Kring.
Raiden Nickel is down in the 13-14 complex. He'll be coming up through 16 in just a moment. We'll see him as he's led this field throughout the day. It's been caution-free so far, so our time has really gone on here. We're now just 7 minutes to go, a little over 7.5 minutes to go in this particular session. So Raiden Nickel has led this entire race. Keith Williamson still running in 2nd spot in the 64.
Garcia didn't qualify as well as he normally does, so starting 4th. He got held up behind Miller. As we're hearing, full course caution has come out, so yellow flag from our starter, Brent Landry, as we're going to figure out
John,
where.
that looks like Raiden Nickel there is stopped just out of sight. We can't see him right now. And he is stuck there at the 2-3 complex. Looks like he is right at the entrance. We can't see him.
Just went by through turn 6, as did Keith Williamson in 2nd. So the safety car will get out on the track to pick up the field, as here we see the yellow flag out from our chief starter, Brent Landry, today. So we see Jose Garcia flash by, Bill Miller flash by.
So I'm getting word that is not Raiden Nickel.
I think it's Kring. I have a feeling it's Bill Kring, because I have not seen him roll by right now.
So, Will, this happened in turn 13. Is that where the issue is?
Yes, let's see if we can get the AMP Skycam out there, get some shots, because you see Red Rescue there heading up the back hill. We're getting word up here in race control that there is a car off in turn 13. And it might be the number 91 of Bill Kring. He's the only one that hasn't come past the line right now.
If we can get a shot over there in a moment, we'll find out exactly who it is and see where that situation has occurred. You see safety vehicles on the way out there right now. It is Kring in the 91 that has the issue, and you can see his car just off turn 14, looks like it is, going into, is that 14, Will? Is that where we are?
That's just past the exit of 13, as the drivers would be hard on the throttle. You can see turn 12 in the foreground of that shot. And then as the drivers go into turn 13, it drops downhill. So one of the heaviest acceleration zones on this track as they're building up speed that they carry all the way to the front straightaway, as now we see our safety crews over to assist Kring. But he's pretty far up in there.
And guys, this is one of the lowest points on the racetrack, and you're getting ready to come back uphill, so you are building as much speed as you can. And so that's the issue there, is he was really trying to get on the gas and somehow wound up way off course.
So as the cars... Charles, as the cars go through 13 there, they're cresting that hill. They kind of unload a little bit as they go downhill into 13. The car loads back up on that suspension, and they're trying to set up that double apex turn. So as they're nipping the apex there at the bottom of 13, they got all the weight on those tires. That car is going to drift all the way to the outside of that line. And if you don't time that perfect, tires Anything can happen because the cars will stick at at the start of the race, but once we get to the later half, that turn can get real dangerous. We've seen a lot of drivers spin out there.
Well, Will, and you had talked about we're in the later part of the race. This is that time where the brakes might start to fade. The brakes get hot. It's a cooler day, so maybe the drivers can brake a little more aggressively, but this is that point where if you're down in the pit area, if you're down in the paddock, you smell that brake smell so distinctive, and the cars can start to have other issues as well. Now, one thing I would like to say is Jose Garcia might be the biggest benefactor of this caution. He was able to get by Bill Miller on track, and now he is going to be right behind Williamson and Nickel. If we can get started here, he has a chance to gain 1 or 2 more spots.
Well, Jose Garcia is really going to need the help because currently in the championship standing, he is just behind, or he's actually just ahead of Keith Williamson. So he is going to need to catch up to Keith to be able to maintain his position here. And with that gap from all the racing done in the first half of the race, he is definitely the beneficiary here of the group getting sucked back up on this caution lap.
Williamson had quite a run going when he came off of, or Kring had quite a run going when he came off turn 2 last time by, or going into turn 2. And I'm sure that he was excited about the advantage that he'd built over Garcia. So you wonder if not only was there mechanical issues involved, but a little bit of adrenaline going too, man. This car's running great. I'm excited about what's happening, and maybe just overdrove a little bit down into turn 14.
And that can happen so quick on this course that we talk a lot about turn 1. We talk a lot about the carousel, about turn 6. Every turn here on this course is difficult, and you can see that Kring is he's buried up in there pretty far in, so it's going to be an extraction job to try to get him out.
Well, John, I heard up in race control they were calling for a chainsaw, so that might not be a good sign.
I was doing a race at Road Atlanta many years back, and there was a cornfield outside one of the corners, and one of the
pull them down pit road. So we will be on standby here for a minute. But back to what you were saying, John, our Saturday night socials is what they're called. And tonight the theme is trunk or treat, obviously, because we've got Halloween coming up. But more importantly, this is the last one of the year for our members here because after this month, once the time change happens, we just don't have the daylight after race day to do the socials anymore. And so we've got a special night lined up for everybody. We've got drift ride-alongs going on from 3:30 to 6. We've got autocross set up. There's going to be some sundown drag racing going on from 5:30 to 6:30.
Which that drag racing, you could see an SUV battle in one race, and then the next time it's the true exotic sport cars on the next one. And these cars are pushing it hard because last month I saw some SUV that had smoke pouring off the brakes when they were done rolling around this track. Not rolling, powering around this track.
It is definitely run what you brung here at drag race, and we've seen everything from 7-seat SUVs, minivans, dualies, your run of electric cars, sports cars, you name it, it's been out there drag racing.
Got to tell you a story. I was at Atlanta Dragway many years ago, and it was the SCCA 8th mile runoffs. And it came down to the very end. It was a Ford F-250 van against a rail car. And the problem was the F-250 van was so slow on takeoff, everybody else would break out. And so everybody got disqualified. They were just disqualifying everybody that would run against this guy, and he wound up winning the whole region SCCA 8th mile drags in a 250 Ford van.
It's the tortoise versus the hare once again. So here we can see on our screen, you just at the right edge of the screen, that's our leader, Raiden Nickel. Second place, Keith Williamson in the 64. And then we see that 00 of Jose Garcia. He is wanting this race to get back underway because he is now in a prime position. If they restart, he will be able to pounce on Williamson, not only fight for second, but fight for more points in the championship battle.
Well, Taos Fani is out there. He is in the number 5. That's the car with Mazda written on the side of it. You can't miss what that one is, that's for sure. Taos Fani in that 33 car. Check that, the number 5 car. Taos Fani is in the 33 behind the Bill Miller number 5 Mazda car. He also has Mazda on the gray car, but anyway, that's Taos Fani in that 33 car. Jerry Griffin is behind him in the 87, and then Bill Griffin is in the 62, and of course our E30 class out there. That is Jerry Buckingham in the 54.
Which, if the camera pans to him, you'll know that's the one that doesn't belong, so to speak, where everyone else is running a Miata. He has a BMW. And, Will, I'd say that's maybe a late 80s, looks like a 3 Series. Has that boxier look.
1983 BMW is the only square body out there. All those Miatas have the nice rounded corners on them, so it's easy to spot Jeremy Buckingham there in that E30 as he comes down the front straightaway.
So, Will, here's a trivia question for you. You and John both can weigh in on this. Remember when Mazdas first came out, their advertising pitch was piston engines go boing, 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 but the Mazda engine was a different kind of generational thing, and it didn't make that same sound as the engines. All of these have traditional engines in them. When did they make that changeover?
With the Miatas, I am not certain, John. Charles, is that a...
Well, it was the Wankel engine. It was the rotary engine.
Because the rotaries have been around
the rotary
for a while.
engine that Mazda came out with originally. So when did that go away? It was the 70s or early 80s? I don't know, somewhere along in there. But I remember that commercial.
Well, here's a fact I do want to point out. When looking at the times of these Spec Miatas, they'll get around this course about 1 minute 35 seconds today. Doing some research, the record for Spec Miata on this course is 1 minute 31.77 seconds. So that's a pretty quick time. When we see our Radicals come out later, the downforce record on this track, 1 minute 12 seconds. So we have seen some exciting action here in our Spec Miata class, but definitely the speed and the business will pick up when the Radicals come out on the track a little later this morning and this afternoon.
And the longer these cars sit here, how does that affect when you go back out on the track and get ready to shower down on it once again? You know, you are cooling down your tires, you're cooling down your brakes. Drivers are tending to wander a little bit mentally. So exactly how does this play out when we go back green?
Well, drivers would like to be in a rhythm, and so that rhythm's been thrown off. But I would think if you had any overheating issues, whether it's the brakes or the engine, well, the brakes would be solved. Sometimes an engine that's been overheating, the last thing you want to do is sit on pit road. If you shut the engine off, maybe you get vapor lock. It won't restart. So I think if the drivers get the engine restarted and then get their mind right, they're going to be able to go as hard as they want for maybe 2 or 3 laps left.
Drivers often talk about tire cycling. They'll cycle tires. Tires seem to run better after they've been cycled through once. Well, they had practice in qualifying. That was cycle number 1. This has been cycle number 2. Now we're in cycle 3. So how does that affect tire wear and tire heat as we get back into this?
That's the old sticker versus scuff dilemma or debate from the oval track world. I think for a couple of laps, they'll be okay. Now, here's the other thing.
Well, it's going to be green-white, so it's going to be a
green-white.
shootout.
The adrenaline will be up. So it might be that the drivers simply just wanting it way more than their car can handle. And we might see some extracurricular activity down into turn 1.
I would say Jose Garcia probably wants it pretty badly. He has seen now that he's got a podium finish all of a sudden going. Can he get that up a little bit and do a little better on it?
So we see on the screen our safety crews have Bill Kring's car on the rollback. So they're going to roll around. Maybe later we'll get a look at what's happened, maybe get a chance to speak with Mr. Kring and see his perspective of what happened. So our safety crews hard at work here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And there's the 64, Keith Williamson, pulling off pit road as they release the grid. Interesting story about that number 64 Super Chicken out there. I was talking to Keith before the race. You'll notice the Super Chicken is not on one of those doors, and there was an interesting story about how that happened. Is one of the head guys over at NASA, and he runs with them in their monthly races. And this past month, they were out at Daytona racing on the high banks and the road course there, and managed to have a little contact going 3 wide up there on the banks, and was not good for that car, and he had to get a new panel. And
so he fought the wall, and the wall won.
And he has not been able to get that livery back up to where it was.
Will, maybe for some of our new viewers, you said NASA and then Daytona. My mind goes to rockets up in space. Tell us a little more about NASA that you're talking about here.
So NASA is one of the sports car racing associations, or it's one of the spec racing associations. They primarily do the E30s, the Miatas. There's a handful of other classes that I'm not familiar with that they do run. And I know Keith's probably going to educate me over lunch on this. But they go to a lot of the more famous road tracks, and you can basically get out there in any of their spec divisions and run. And Keith is one of the major organizers with them, and he's actually the reason NASA is coming to AMP next year. So our first race of the season, of the 2022 season, is actually going to be a co-event with NASA. And so we should expect to have a grid of about 50 to 60 Miatas out here. And it will definitely be a spectacle, something for you guys that look forward to.
I think keep checking out AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com or follow us on, is it follow or like? I forget. Like us on Facebook. Follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel as well as Twitter and Instagram. You'll want details for that. That's going to be a great show, whether you're here in the show or you're watching at home like you might be today.
It's going to be a 2-day racing event, so it'll be a mixture of an HPDE, so if you got your own car and you want to come out here and drive, you can register to do that. That's not for points. And if you got a spec class and you want to race, you can come out and do that as well. So they'll be doing HPDE in the morning, they'll be doing practice qualifying, and then they'll be running the races in the afternoon.
Right now, drivers making their way up turn 12. They'll be ready to come out of 16. We'll get a white flag, I understand, this time by white and green displayed together.
I believe it'll be a green-white checker, so it's going to be a shootout.
Checker, okay. So we'll have a 2-lap shootout to end it up. Laps have been running about a minute and a half or so. So we're about 3, maybe 4 minutes away from the end of this one, assuming we go green coming next time by and stay green throughout these 2 laps.
And the lights are out on the pace car. So we should be green this time by, Charles.
So already we see the safety car pulling off to the right side. Rachel Hyler will pilot that down pit road, and then they're stacked bumper to bumper with Raiden Nickel and Keith Williamson right in tow.
Keith Williamson right on the back of Raiden Nickel as they bring their cars off turn number 16. They'll bring them right down ready for the green flag. We'll look down the flag stand and see if our green flag waves. I think it's going to be a good start. Everybody's underway, and they head to treacherous turn number 1.
Down the hill and hard on the brakes they go, as we see all kinds of action trying to get side by side, but no one able to make any ground yet. Jose Garcia trying to get up to Keith Williamson because he wants to gain the points for that second spot. And out front, Raiden Nickel doing what he has done so far this morning, and that's lead.
Bill Miller is back behind Garcia right now, and that gap starts to open up just a little. Those top 3 have a little bit of gap back to Miller as they work their way off turn number 5 and down into 6. Let's see if anybody locks them up this time when they go into 6. Nickel looks good. Williamson looks good. He tries to take an inside look. Garcia did well.
We got one in the back of the pack. That's that 62 of Bill Griffin again, and he got wide up off 6 and then fishtailed it. So difficult turn, locking up the brakes and then fishtailing tight and loose all in one corner. Out front, the story continues to be Raiden Nichols.
Raiden Nichols down into turn 8, 9, 10, I guess that is, going up toward turn 12 right now. And, Will, that's a very important part of the race course. It's not visible from our view. It is with our sky cam, but it's not visible with our view from the tower, but extremely important part of the race course.
That turn is really important to set up, Charles, because if you lose any momentum through there, it's going to crush you going through that massive double apex that's turn 14. And that's how Jose Garcia.
Complex. We see Williamson about 1 car length back from Nickel, and then it's about 5 back to Garcia, and they've broken away from the rest of the field. Although I look back, there's been some swapping. Safani has been able to get up to 4th place, getting by Griffin and Miller.
Williamson not letting Raiden Nickel get too far away from him. It's a final lap. Everybody's on their toes right now, trying to make a good finish out of this one on the final lap. Raiden Nickel brings it down to turn 6. Williamson tightens it up, and he takes a quick look to the inside. Garcia locks up the brakes just for a moment.
So they're going to go down our back straightaway here, just about 1 car length still, as Williamson continuing to apply pressure to Nickel, hoping that Nickel makes a mistake that he can exploit. So they're down in through turn 10. Again, Nickel drawing clear by about 3 car lengths as they head to that critical 13 that will launch them to the start-finish line.
Garcia is starting to fade just a little bit from Williamson, so those 2 out front are I wouldn't call it drafting necessarily, too much distance between them to be drafting, but they are seeming to pull away from Garcia, and we see Raiden Nickel right now disappear down in turn 13. He'll be coming out of 14. He and Williamson will bring it home to find out who gets the win.
So up off turn 16, it's the 14-year-old from Hoshton, Georgia. Raiden Nickel comes to the front straightaway, and he gets that checkered flag for race number 1 in our Spec Miata class.
Congratulations to Raiden Nickel. Keith Williamson finishes second. Jose Garcia takes third. Tal Sfani in the 33 is fourth. Jerry Griffin rounds out the top 5 in car number 87. The rest of that top group, Bill Miller in the 5, Bill Griffin in the 62, and Jeremy Buckingham in the 54. So they'll do their cool-down lap, and everybody keeps their original spots. Yeah, it's funny. Will, these guys, they race hard, and then at the end, they seem to have about the same distance between them, even on the cool-down lap. Nobody comes up and taps the guy in front of him or does a wheel mark on the side to congratulate him or anything like that here.
It is very much gentleman driving out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Charles. As John is quickly heading down the side of the building right now, is going to see if he can run and grab a couple of our race participants here as they get off track and pull across the scales.
And we talked last time we were here when he was interviewing Raiden Nickel about how you spent your weekend. You know, a lot of these kids that are 13, 14 years old, well, they might go to the batting cages, or they might have gone to see the new scary movie that's on TV or on the screen somewhere. But this guy's out winning races, and that says a lot when you're at that age.
Well, when he's not running on the road courses, Charles, he is out running on the kart tracks as well. So he does big tracks, little tracks, pretty much anything with a motor. Raiden Nickel can drive it, and he can win with it too.
Well, that's important whenever you've got racing in your mind for the future. Get started early and get in as many things as you can. Stay behind that wheel and get as much seat time as possible.
He is only 14 years old. He just turned 14 too this past September. He's been 13 for most of this season. Wasn't even able to get his racing license up until he turned 14. We made a special exception for him so that he could run in our series. But this kid is up and coming, completely dominating our series here, Charles. Has won just about every race this season. Doesn't look like anything changed here today with race number 1. So assuming he makes it across the scales and passes Tech here, then he will be up front for the start of race number 1. Proud Papa down there.
Rest of our cars looking through the scale area as they make their way through. John is caught up with Raiden Nickel, as a matter of fact. Raiden's got his helmet off. John is down there circling around the race car right now. Let's go down to John Matthews as he chronicles the exit of Raiden Nickel from his winning car.
Thank you, Charles. As you indicated, I'm right down here on pit road as Raiden climbs out of his Miata, winner of race number 1. As he takes off his safety equipment, I'll give him a moment to think about. For you, Raiden, congratulations. What made the difference in race number 1 for being able to come and see those checkers first?
Sorry, what?
What made the difference for you to be able to see the checkers first here in race number 1?
Well, I was able to get through 1 cleanly, and I tried to hold on by trying to get as best of a start as I could by going through those first few corners, got a gap, just pushed a little bit harder than I think than my competitors, and was able to hold it.
Now, there was a caution. You guys came and sat on pit lane. How does that impact you mentally, or how does that impact the car where, you know, for maybe 5 minutes you're not racing?
Well, I was definitely thinking about the tires and how, you know, if it would cool them enough or actually heat them back up, but I warmed them up just a little bit on the warm-up lap, and they seemed pretty okay, but mentally I was a little bit worried about Jose and Keith coming up. But I was able to get a good first few corners and hold it.
All right, well, congratulations to Raiden for winning race number 1. He'll be back in action later. And Charles, just taking a look at Blakely Fabiani's Miata, flat left front as well as some damage, looks like down the side of this car. I talked with Blakely. He will not be able to repair this, so his day has ended early.
Wow, thanks.
All right, we're going to need all our downforce drivers to the grid, all downforce drivers to the grid. As soon as you guys get gridded up, we are going to release. We are slightly delayed after that last race, so all downforce drivers, please go ahead, get in your cars, and make your way to the grid.
Won't be long now till we'll get those cars on the racetrack. It's always good to see those Radicals out there. They do a great job here. Quite a bit faster than the Miatas because they have the downforce package on those cars. That's exactly what they're called, and we'll see them out in just a few moments. And those cars, most of those cars, will powered by is it 840cc engines? What do we got in those cars?
It's a 1,240, or it's a 1,340
1340, that's it. 1340 cc engine and 220 somewhere in the horsepower range for them. We have one out there that is a little bigger engine than that, but basically we'll have all the same cars on the racetrack as they get ready to go. These two are spec cars. I mean, they're built specifically for this particular race course, and these guys do a great job in these cars. I'm looking forward to seeing them as always.
And you should see lap times about 15 to 20 seconds faster in these Radicals than what we're seeing right now in the Spec Miatas. So they are definitely quicker cars. They rely on that downforce. They're shaped like giant airfoils. They just get sucked to the ground. That wind pushes them down. You know, you're talking an 1,100-pound car, and it's getting about an extra 300 pounds of help from that rear wing. Really helps keep that back end planted. It's very counterintuitive when you're driving them, Charles, because if you let off the gas, you lose that extra downforce, and therefore you lose that extra grip.
If you haven't had a chance to look at one up close and personal, there's one down in the lunchroom, meeting room, showroom, whatever we call that section of the great facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So you can check it out there and look at it. We were down there admiring it the other day and looking at the way the shocks are mounted, the way that the engine is held in with the motor mounts and so forth. There's some great engineering that's been done on these race cars.
And we are the official race school for Radical Racing here, the Primal Racing School, I should say. We are the dealer for Radical race cars in the Southeast, and we run a full-fledged race school for these things. And if you ever want which we do a monthly racing series here, so it's pretty simple to just come back, get your 2 races in, and then you've got your full-fledged competition racing license.
Will, I heard you saying race school. Christmas is coming up. I'm just saying, race fans watching out there, whether you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, I guess go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. Somewhere on there has to be a way to sign up for one of these programs.
You can find the gift cards on sale, like John said, at www.AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com, or you can go direct to the source with Primal Racing. Go to www.primalracing.com. Great time, great gift opportunity. If you got a special person in your life that loves racing, you should surprise them with a racing school certificate.
Or a race announcer, I'm thinking, right, Charles?
That's right.
There's a race announcer that you love in your life, and you thought, wow, let's give the gift of speed.
There's nothing like, as an announcer, actually being in a car and feeling what the drivers feel. You may not be up to speed or up to quality of racing that they do, but it's great to be able to experience the race course and know a little bit about what's actually going on out there.
I think that means you have to be at speed. Let's say you were driving, I don't know, a school bus on track. Well, I can imagine that would be a different experience.
Yes, school bus actually has a hard time making it up turn 12. You got to shift it in the low gear to crest the hill there. But we have done it, and it will go around track. We've actually had tour buses out here. We've had a horse-drawn carriage out here. We had a slowest tractor competition one time where they had to put it into the creeper gear and see who could be last to finish.
Oh, my goodness.
For race fans, if you're watching with us on Facebook or YouTube now on the screen, you can see the karting track. And right now, this is an event, but if you want to feel that sensation of speed, the Atlanta Motorsports Park karting track does arrive and drives at various times. So, Will, where could people find out some information that says, hey, I want a chance to go up to 55 miles an hour? Where can they sign up for that?
So you can go to www.ampkartracing.com. That is our kart racing website. That's where you can sign up for sessions. We're usually open to the public from 1 p.m. until dark every day of the week except for Monday. Today is a little bit different because they've got a special track rental right now. Those carts you see right now, those are special endurance carts. They're basically a modified rental cart with a Briggs & Stratton LO206 engine on it. So they're a little bit lighter, a little bit faster than your traditional rental cart. And this group, Endurance Rental Cart, they come out here, they rent the track, they bring all their carts out here. There's a big old rider truck just loaded up with go-karts. They come out here, get them prepped, and then you buy your ticket with them, and you show up with your team, and it's a 4-hour endurance race.
Well, and race fans, if you just want to sit at home and not get that up close and personal, next Saturday at about noon, right where you're watching this, whether that's Facebook or YouTube, you can see the karting series as they're having race number 7 in their series, and there will be karts that are the speed that you're seeing here all the way up to those shifter karts. I saw them last month. All I can think is that ludicrous speed thing from Spaceballs. They are working hard, and those little guys are fast.
Well, we've had some developments since last month, John, and we got a special treat. Although I know you're not going to be here to see it next week. You've got some prior commitments. But we actually have a sponsored series for the last 2 races for the shifters specifically. A couple of the guys are getting tired of the low driver counts, so they pooled their money together. They all pulled their wallets out and said, let's see what we come up with. And they're putting up a $500 prize for the shifter class just for the next 2 months. So the race next week and then the finale on November 20th, whoever can get the most points out of those 2 races is going to get the $500 prize. So we should see about 10-plus shifters out there on track.
And how fast are those guys going when they hit the end of that long straightaway into turn? It's got to be over 80 miles an hour.
So those shifter carts will reach speeds of about 90, 95 miles an hour. They don't quite hit 100 miles an hour. Now, if we put them out on the main track, they'd see speeds upwards of 110.
But for fans that aren't familiar with karting, you're in a cart where your seat is maybe 3 inches off the ground, no suspension. So even
Unless
30
you're coming
miles.
to the list of those in just a moment. I have a question for both of you guys. So be thinking about how you can answer this in the most constructive way possible. Which do you prefer, the cars on the big track or the karts? John, I'll go with you first.
I really would have said the main track 2 weeks ago, but having seen those karts, and especially this, it's younger kids getting into it. How do you think about shepherding along the next generation of driving? And it's at that kart track. That's where our next generation of drivers are coming from. So I think it's important to recognize that, because that's where the future Lewis Hamiltons, that's where the future Kyle Larsons will come from, is just at a kart track like we see in the background here.
Yeah, Will, what about you?
Well, for me, Charles, racing is racing. I love any kind of racing. It doesn't matter whether it's pumpkin boat racing, whether it's cars, whether it's tractors, drag racing, any of it. But I got to tell you, out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the karting really does turn up the heat with the action. There's nothing like seeing a grid of 30 kids, ages 10 to 14, just going at it, just bumper to bumper, no fear. It is some of the best racing action you can see, and it has been such a pleasure this year to be able to bring that to you guys at home. The main reason we got this broadcast together is so that everybody could see the kind of action we're doing here. This, up until this year, we've been mostly just club racing. We've been kind of keeping it to ourselves, but we're ready to share it with everybody, and it has been such a pleasure. And I can tell you, those kids back at Kart Track, they definitely put on a show every single month.
When you see them come down toward turn 2, there's nowhere else that I know of in racing that's like that. They come to that tremendous drop. They're coming in full speed. They've got to slow it down to get through the hairpin turn and then gather enough speed back up to get up the hill. That's one of the most amazing corners in racing.
And that is another Herman Tilke designed course. Imagine a normal karting track where suddenly there's a roller coaster hill in the middle of it. That is a 4-story drop where the drivers come off turn 1, they're on the throttle, and all of a sudden they crest a hill. Some of them catch air off that hill, and they drop 4 stories hard on the brakes into a U-turn in turn 2. And strangely enough, the slowest portion of the course is that drive up to turn 3. When you're watching, it feels like someone's pushing the cart out there, because the hill is so steep going back up, and then before you know it, they're ripping through turn 4 right under your eyes if you're in the VIP.
More power, but everybody else here is in that 1340cc platform. John Pearson is in an SR3 with the 1340, so he'll have a little bit more handling, a little bit better downforce. But then the number 79, the number 74, and the number 138, they are all in identical SR1 radicals. as they make their way through turn 16, and Charles will let you take it away.
Well, they bring it off, wave the green flag. He does, and we're heading down to turn 1 as our 79 car of Justin Rosenblum takes them into turn number 1.
John Pearson moves that black 48 car up the inside of Chris Hune, so he's in second, and he's already trying to use that SR3, that extra displacement and power, to try to get up to first place, as we even have side-by-side action for fourth place.
They are really battling it out hard on this first lap as they work up into turn 4. Look at this. The 48 of Pearson's got a battle going on.
And you can see the cold tires on Chris Hune. He was getting a little squirrely there, John.
Cold tires on this cooler fall day where now the drivers, they don't have the stick when they get into the corner. We see them come through. It's important for the drivers not to get 4 across that berm or that curb there, as now we see it looks like Hune's trying to battle back and get past Pearson again.
Well, Pearson just made a great move in turn 4. He went down to the inside and made the pass and was able to see if he could get that spot away from Rosenblum, and he did. So Pearson right now, I just can't help but call that the Batmobile. I don't know why. That just is what I see when I look at that race car. But he's got the lead as they head into turn 13.
We see a side-by-side battle, Rosenblum and Hume through 13 and 14. Not an area where we typically see side-by-side action, but here we are on this October Saturday, as I believe that's Hume pulling in front of Rosenblum for second, but out front and flashing in front of our eyes, John Pearson in that 48 out to a good-sized lead.
Yeah, Hume's got the 1500cc engine in his car, so he's trying to see if he can chase down the 48 of Pearson as they work into turn 2 right now. Pearson still maintains that lead. It's about 5 car lengths, but remember, Hume has just gotten by Rosenblum, so Hume is on the move as well. He may tighten it up on Pearson as they come downhill off 4.
And those top 2 drivers are definitely taking advantage of the SR3s right now. They got those wider tires, bigger rims. They could definitely take a lot more heat, so the drivers can push them harder, faster into the turns. And as you see, those top 2 drivers slowly pull away from the rest of the field.
Heat should not be an issue, at least in the first half of this race. Last month and months previous, these radicals really start to fade late in the race. The difficult breaking down into turn 1. I'll hear drivers talk about having to let off the gas earlier and earlier as the brakes get hot and they just don't work as well. So drivers in this early phase have to manage their equipment and not just simply go all the way to the limit.
Well, another factor with the brakes here, John, that's not readily apparent to people, and it's hard to see from these camera angles. Every single turn here is off camber at Atlanta Motorsports Park, so one side of the car is taking more heat than the other side when you're going into those heavy braking zones.
And when you say off camber, you mean it's not banked. The track is falling away from you, I imagine, as we see a battle for the lead. Chris Hune trying to get to the inside of Pearson, and he does down into turn 1.
Hune's got the advantage coming off turn number 1. Pearson had the momentum, but Hune outbraked him going into the corner. We've seen Chris Hune be really strong today as he's gotten by both Rosenblum and now by Pearson. Pearson got by him earlier in the week, in the race. So right now, it's Chris Hune, your new race leader. Let's take him down to turn 4, John, and see if anybody locks up some tires or does anything unusual.
Well, it's worth noting that Rosenblum, the pole sitter, he is not going away, so he's just about 2 car lengths behind Pearson as these top 3 have broken away, and they're heading down towards turn 9. Hune in the 53 car leads Pearson in the 48 and Rosenblum in the 79. There's your top 3.
William Layton comes by. He's a little slower on the track than the rest of these, and our track is rounded up by Andrew Nagy, who is just now coming through turn 4. But our leaders are already coming off 12. You see them going into 13 right now. And look at this lead that Hune has gotten now over Pearson as they make their way into 14.
We see a couple of different lines between Rosenblum and Pearson, as Rosenblum might be trying to set something up through turn 16. So important to be flat on the gas here as the drivers flash before our eyes. And Rosenblum gets up close, moves to the inside of Pearson. Let's see if he can make it stick through one. A little bit of tire smoke there, but at least for now, Rosenblum is in P2.
Pearson saw him. You saw him get a little squirrely in the front there because he was going to turn in, and all of a sudden Rosenblum was just right there. He had nowhere to turn in.
So Rosenblum, the fast qualifier earlier today, back up to second after having maybe some cold tires through the carousel the first time. Now, can he set off after Hune, or does that extra displacement in Hune's machine, will that make the difference, as now we see Pearson take a little look to the inside through turn 6?
We've got the 79 car of Rosenblum, did a little skidding around coming off turn number 6 that time, and that allowed Pearson to do some maneuvering to get closer up to him. Pearson's got to be wondering, how in the world has this happened? You've gotten two guys gotten by me now. Let's get our foot in the gas and see what we can do here. They head over to 12 once again.
Well, Hune is definitely going to take advantage of Pearson and Rosenblum battling it out right now for second and third. That extra displacement that Hune has is definitely helping out, although not many straight parts to take advantage of it here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That front straightaway only 1,200 feet. And then the only other real big acceleration zone is coming out of 1 and then coming out of turn 6, and really not a lot of space to air out that extra displacement. So if these drivers can keep their line and keep consistent, that'll help them claw back some of the deficits. Chris Hune pulls out to a commanding lead.
Just under 6 minutes on the board as we see Hune, and then about 12 car lengths back to Rosenblum. Rosenblum maybe starting to make some inroads to Hune as Pearson is starting to slip out the back of this trio, and now it's really just become a 2-car race.
Yeah, I think
down on the car, down on the suspension. It's kind of like when you bounce a rubber ball on the ground and it bounces back up to you. That's a little bit of how the suspension works. Now, these guys have dampers, so they don't bounce too hard. Whoa!
As we got one car around, that's the 79er. Rosenblum took a tough entry and exit into turn 6, and now you can see Chris Hune has checked out, and now Pearson is applying pressure to Rosenblum for second. So as we're saying, action, things can happen at any corner here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And it looked like he locked it up going into that turn. That turn is a very tricky turn, John, because a lot of drivers like to turn in early, but to do it proper, because it is over 90 degrees when you're going through that turn, it kind of has a late apex.
It's one of those hold it, hold it, hold it.
You go all the way to the end of that rumble strip, and then you rip that steering wheel and you turn in real tight there at the end. And that's the only real way to set up that turn without spinning out.
Now we'll have to see if Rosenblum locked up the tires that bad. Perhaps he's flat spotted these softer tires, and as things go, once you get a flat spot, it tends to get worse as the race goes on because the brakes will want to stop the wheel rolling at that point and exacerbate the problem.
And you'll be able to see real quick as he hits these zones. Watch that back end because it'll get a little squirrely on him. We'll see here once he comes back around to turn 6.
So again, they're up through the carousel right now, that long turn, sweeping around almost like driving 270 degrees around a rotary or roundabout like you were in Dawsonville, and then it's hard on the gas downhill. So let's see if Pearson's able to create a pressure or a mistake here from Rosenblum. This time Rosenblum's able to get through 6 cleanly, so he holds serve there. Meanwhile,
out tenuous. You saw the rear end shake just a bit on that.
And you could see 2 different trains of thought going through that turn right there. Rosenblum stays late on the brakes and comes in, whereas Pearson turns in a little bit sooner. You could see that run Pearson had, but it cost him on the outside of that turn because he didn't have quite the same speed that Rosenblum had, sticking to that wide side and braking late.
Well, that's always the question, is do you want the momentum on the high side, or do you want the grip and the opportunity to sneak by somebody and outbrake them on the inside? Drivers have that opportunity 16 times here to try to make that decision as they come here to Atlanta Motorsports Park. There's your leader, Chris Hune, going by once again. We're just right now at the halfway point of this race.
So Chris Hune has almost the entire front straightaway, the short front straightaway lead here. And then Rosenblum leads Pearson by, I'd say, about 12 car lengths. Let's continue to watch how Rosenblum does into turn 6, as that's where he had a mistake a couple of laps ago.
And we just hit the halfway point in this 20-minute contest. So let's see how things shake up here. The cars are definitely starting to get a little hot. We're going to see how these brakes respond, how the tires hold up, because this is where anything can happen this second half of the race.
Oh, it looks like Pearson locked it up for just a moment there. You saw the tire smoke come out from the black number 48 of Pearson as he went into turn 6, and I believe he lost a little bit of ground that time to Justin Rosenblum. So Rosenblum's problem that he had several laps back over in turn 6 wasn't really detrimental to him because he had such a lead on Pearson. At that point, he was able to still retain second spot. Now he's starting to pull away a little bit because Pearson just had the problem over in 6.
So Chris Hune up to just about a 5-second lead here. He's using that larger displacement, the 1500cc, to his advantage, lap after lap, just piling on the pressure. As He flashes under our vantage point here as our cameras follow Rosenblum just across the start-finish line, and now the drivers will be hard on the brakes downhill into turn 1 once again.
Our battle is still going pretty strong there. Pearson starting to reel Rosenblum in just a little bit. I wouldn't say he's within striking distance at the moment, but we've got 8.5 minutes or so left. So possibly before the end of this, we might see a battle going on between those two. Clearly, Chris Hune is out in front right now as he brings it down into 6. Other drivers just coming through 5 at the moment.
So Hune smooth through 6, and he'll be up through the gearbox and on the accelerator down the back straightaway here. It does seem like Rosenblum of Pearson have equalized somewhat, where Pearson can't quite get close enough to apply pressure and rattle Rosenblum. Rosenblum, except for that one mistake, or 2 mistakes. He had the carousel on the first lap and then turn 6. He has been relatively smooth through the rest of the race.
We don't really get to see a whole lot of activity as far as the other parts of the track for tire smoke. There's not really that opportunity because they're not such hairpin turns like we see in 1 and like we see in 6. But I have a feeling there's probably some of that going on in other parts of the race course that we just don't see from our vantage point.
Well, at the top of turn 12 there, that big hill on the backside of the track, as those cars unload as they go across the top, it is a real switchback turn where the drivers are going left and then right, or actually they're going right and then left immediately as they're cresting a hill. And so if those tires come off a little bit as the driver tries to brake, once the weight of that car comes back down, you can definitely push those front tires a little bit. And that's where drivers, ultimately, that's how they spin out there coming through 13.
Another difficult course, 16, where we talk about that unloading as the drivers crest the hill to the front straightaway. There's a sudden unloading. Imagine when you're on a roller coaster and you get to the top of one of the hills and you have a little bit of that free float in your seat. That happens at 16. And as we have one car around, that is the 79 of Rosenblum. The rear end came around as he was braking hard through that corner, so he surrenders second place to Pearson. He's trying to get back in line and speed up. Hopefully he's not done any damage to that car as he almost went off track there. So again, turn 6, dealing out some pain to the drivers today.
Justin Rosenblum has had some difficulty with that on many of the laps here. He's either locked the tires up or he's gone a little wide or the tail wiggled or whatever should have happened that shouldn't have happened did happen in there. So for Rosenblum that time, it was a complete 360 spin, and that allowed the 48 of Pearson now to get up into second spot and pretty much uncontested with this race winding down with only 6 minutes left in it.
Well, Hune flashes by our vantage point down into turn 1. It just goes to show how quickly things can change here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We were talking about turn 16 with an unloading where you're at high speed and the back end of the car can get loose, but into turn 6 where you're heavy on the brakes and suddenly the rear end gets loose, then you're going to go for a spin cycle there.
Justin Rosenblum's got to be wondering, what am I going to do in turn 6 this time? He's working his way up through two right now. He's heading into the big carousel over in 4. He's got to wonder, how am I going to negotiate turn number 6? Pearson brings his car down. He goes through 6. Let's see if he gets through cleanly. He looks pretty good through there. Now here comes Rosenblum. This has been the bugaboo for him all day long. He slowly enters that. He comes completely off the corner, and I think it's one of his best corners so far right there in 6.
Well, you can see he's getting a little impatient. I think he feels the pressure. He knows what happened, and you can tell he's getting on the gas prior to the apex. That turn is very hard to navigate if you don't do it a lot because it is over 90 degrees. So intuitively, when you're in the turn and you feel like you're at the midpoint and you want to get back on that gas, you're not really at the midpoint.
Rosenblum on my list is winning an event, so it looks like Chris Hune's looking to return to the win here. But again, Charles, as we've said, things can happen so quickly. He needs to hit his marks every single corner around this complex.
Well, this is one of those racetracks, and I guess all racetracks are like this. You drive the track, not the other drivers. So many times we see drivers in close competition with each other. They're still trying to hit their marks. But especially here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, you're driving the track.
And as you were saying,
unless we have a caution come out on the racetrack or something slows on Hune's car, but right now he's well in front and that rear end slides out on you.
It's really hard to gauge the brakes there because you are right, Charles. You do get a little bit of help as you're going in the uphill into that turn, but you're also heading downhill as you're braking, and that's why you see a lot of drivers will lock up heading into turn 6.
So we're with our leader, Chris Hune, in the number 53 car. Got onto the lead after just a couple laps, and now he is 11 seconds ahead as we see Pearson in that black 48 able to navigate through turn number 6. But meanwhile, Hune has already flashed through turns 10 and 11.
You can listen to them as they're coming through 6. You can hear when they get back on the gas, and you can see the drivers that stay planted. They stay they're a little late on that throttle coming out of 6.
Well, turn 6, the entry to it, in practice earlier today, I would hear 3 distinct downshifts from cars. So that just is an indication of how much speed they're giving up into that corner. How many gears do they have in their transmissions here? Whether it's 5 or 6, anytime you're downshifting,
I don't want to give you an official answer.
Yeah.
Adrian might run up here to the booth and correct me real fast.
But anytime you're going down 3 gears, that's a heavy braking area. As we see the white flag coming out from Brent Landry. One more circuit for Chris Hune in our Radical Race number 1.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I think Adrian told me that it's 5 down, 1 down, 5 up. But I may be confused about that as far as I'll find out at lunchtime.
That's your typical motorcycle transmission, which would make sense because these do run bike engines in them.
I think that's correct. Now, I'm sure Adrian will correct me when we go to lunch. We'll ask him about that and find out. But I think that's what I remember. Our leaders are still working around. Final time around, possibly coming out here. Yes, white flag is out. So Brent's going to wave the white flag. Mr. Landry has it out as
a few laps ago. But by this point, Chris Hune, the next time we'll see him, will be flashing into our view through turn 15 and 16.
And William Layton just crossed the line to take the white flag. So we should see Andrew Nagy, 8 of Andrew Nagy, coming out through 15, 16 here.
Well, it's gotten to the point where you saw Chris Hune come by maybe 3 car lengths behind Andrew Nagy. He had closed the gap on Nagy, who was at the rear of the field, almost lapped him on that last lap, but there was a little bit of gap between them. So we should see Nagy coming by any moment as the checkered flag still yet to fly for him. Chris Hune's going to be down on the pit lane in just a moment. John's going to be down there to talk with him and find out a little bit about how he liked this race and how he wound up getting to the front, because it was quite an interesting race from the very start, Will.
That was definitely a fun battle to watch, Charles. It took Chris Hune a few laps to make his way past Rosenblum and Pearson, but he did. And that was all she wrote for the rest of the race as we watched the 3 of them fight it out. And then the action between Pearson and Rosenblum was pretty good for the middle half of the race.
It was, and Rosenblum, was our fast qualifier, so he put up a good lap whenever during qualifying, or a good qualifying session, I should say. But he just seemed to fade, especially in turn 6. That was his bugaboo this time around. He wound up letting Pearson get by him. Pearson then led a portion of this race, and Chris Hune came back and was able to get the top spot away at the very end. There we see Nagy bringing his car in. He just exited off the race course. There you see our race leader, race winner, I should say, Chris Hune in the 53, and John will be down to get a word with him in just a moment as those cars come to rest in their pit stalls.
So since this is multi-class racing, it'll officially be scored as Chris Hune for the win in the SR3 division and Justin Rosenblum for the SR1.
Wow. Okay, so Rosenblum gets a win in that number 79 car because he is the faster of the 3. Hune has the 1500 cc, so Rosenblum, though, is in an SR1. So quickly, what's the difference in an SR3 and an SR1?
So the SR1 has a 1340 cc engine. Those can also be in the SR3, although Chris has the 1500 cc engine. The SR3s are a little bit wider. They got bigger tires, better brakes. They're just all around better for handling racing. That's what you see a lot of the Radical series. They start with the SR3s, and then from there you go up to the SR8, and then they've just released the SR10. And those are all great cars. They all have different characteristics. They're all downforce. They all look like what you see right now on your screen. But
there you see Chris Hune exiting the winning race car. John Matthews is down there very close to him, so John will get a word with him. We'll find out some words from our winner, Chris Hune.
No, he's pointing the wrong way. No.
Charles, I am Hune, the winner of Radical Race number 1. So, Chris, congratulations on winning. What made the difference in you getting to the front this morning?
Well, just to really control the aggression and couple of turns and getting out in ahead, and then I was able to stretch the lead a little bit.
Now we've heard that radical, larger engine in it. How much does that help on this course?
I think it probably helps a bit coming out of the turns and getting an acceleration jump, but I saw some fast lap times on these SR1s, so I think they go pretty quick too.
What changes will you make as you prepare for this afternoon's race?
That's a secret.
All right, Chris Hune, race number 1. I might try to get a word with our winner of the SR1 race if I can. So, but for now, back up to you, Charles.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Chris Hune being a little close to the vest there on the changes he's going to make on that car as they get ready for race number 2. Not willing to share a whole lot of that with John, as most race drivers will do. They'll keep that to themselves as to what they're going to do for the adjustment. We're getting ready now. I think Justin Rosenblum, I believe John is caught up with him. Let's find out what Justin has to say.
Charles, I'm still looking for Justin, so he's walking over to me. Justin, we have a program that's going to be for this. Congratulations on winning the SR1 portion of that race. Tell us what happened in turn 6. It looks like that was a struggle for you this morning.
Yeah, I was going into turn 6 a little hot, trying to catch that SR3 in front of me. So just learning the brakes on kind of where that threshold was, and unfortunately found out the hard way on one of them.
How did you feel about turn 6? How did you feel about how the car handled around the rest of this course?
Oh, these SR1s are great. They're awesome handling cars, and they've obviously got the downforce mixed with the treaded tires, so it makes it a lot of fun to drive. But beautiful morning today, so excellent weather is very ideal for these cars.
All right, well, good luck in race number 2 this afternoon. And with that, Charles, back up to you.
Thanks, John. Well, that was our Justin Rosenblum in the 79 car. It's going to be a quick lunch break. We'll be back at what time, Will? 1:45. We'll be back ready to race again, get those cars gridded up, and be set for the afternoon's racing affair. So 1:45, set your clocks for that. And, of course, lunch will be served prior to that, so we'll see everybody down there in a few moments.
the IT stuff, so I work on the website, the network. I do a little bit of everything.
Okay, so www.atlantamotorsportspark.com, that's your handiwork, correct?
Yes, that's all me.
Okay, so we're here to Saturday, and now you drive this BMW around the track. What is the job of the person in the safety car other than just, well, I lead the cars around? Tell us more.
Well, it's mostly to make sure everyone who's wanting to go fast right now has to go a certain pace. Everyone keeps up with themselves. That way we can keep with the line and no one gets out of place until everyone's ready to start going.
What kind of speed are you maintaining during the pace lap out there?
For the Miatas and everyone, we're doing 40 miles an hour on the track, and then for the Radicals, we do 45.
And at 40, are you just rolling around out there, or do you still have to, you brake and everything to get around?
No, it's super interactive. You would think going around the track, even at a low speed, would be easy. You could put it on cruise control, but a lot of those turns, you really do have to push on the brake and whip it. It's a lot of fun, though, even if I'm going slow.
Okay. Now, viewers, you may realize that Rachel's not in what we would consider typical racetrack attire. So tell us the background for what you're wearing today.
So we're celebrating Halloween a little bit early. So we're doing a trunk or treat tonight from 7 to 8. It would be wonderful to bring some candy, bring your kids out, and enjoy the festivities with us.
All right, so if you're watching online, if you are a member, get on over here this afternoon. You'll be able to see Rachel as well as some of the other members for the trunk or treat. And with that, Rachel, I don't want to hold up the show, the race in this case. So it's Rachel Heiler, DevOps engineer by weekday, our safety car driver by weekend.
Thank you, thank you. I enjoyed coming to talk to y'all.
All right, and with that, back up to you, Charles.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Rachel. Well, it was interesting to find out a little bit about what goes on behind the wheel of the pace car and the safety car here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm with Blake Fabiani. We're up in the tower and had an interesting first race today.
It was a short one for me, but it was interesting, yeah.
So you came down the front straightaway, went into turn one for the first time, and there was some contact.
Yeah, there was contact. Got a pretty good race start. Was able to get up some position next to Jose Garcia and Bill Miller. And yeah, into turn one, Jose and I were too wide, and I believe the 91 may have just run a little wide and got into my front left. Ended up cutting a tire and actually breaking a spring perch.
Oh, goodness. So it was more than just cosmetic damage.
Yeah, I think my little off-road adventure may have had something to do with it, But yeah, unfortunately, the car is not drivable for the second race.
Well, when you take that speed down into turn one for the first time, tires are still a little cold. Is it unusual to expect tires not to stick, or do you always wonder when you get in there how well that thing's going to turn through that hairpin turn?
Yeah, well, turn one on a race start's a bit different because...
Now, you are out for the rest of the day, correct? No, it can't be fixed for even this race coming up?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to be running the second race.
You're involved in kind of an interesting situation here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Tell us about what you do with work here.
Yeah, so I co-own a company with another one of our members, Matt White, who can't be here today. But we actually design and manufacture electric drivetrain conversion systems. And we are right now working on a DeLorean that we're taking to SEMA next week with our system just in a garage right behind us. Everyone probably sees the bay open with the gull wing doors, but yeah, we actually operate out of the track. Another business partner, Lawson, and I are here pretty much all day, every day.
Wow!
But it's been exciting. We're really looking forward to the SEMA show in about 10 days.
Now, who are you finding out that is it environmentalists? Is it tech people? Who are you finding out that the big market for what you are doing in transitioning these cars?
It's broader than you might think. Resto mods, classic cars, conversions, niche cars like the DeLorean, Miatas, pretty much across the board. We also work with fleet conversions, and one of our big markets is helping existing companies electrify existing products. So, for instance, an ATV manufacturer or a side-by-side manufacturer who would like to make an electric version doesn't necessarily have the skill set or the know-how, that's where we can step in and offer them a ready-to-go system that all they have to do is install and sell.
How long have you been embarking on this program?
We've been working on this for a touch over a year. It was about November of last year that we started this company.
Wow. Really interesting news and interesting information, and, of course, interesting to find out about that earlier race. Blakely Fabiani has been with us in the tower. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking time with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we need all Spec Miatas, all Spec E30 to the grid. The grid is open. You got about 10 minutes. Grid release will be at 1:45, but the grid is open. All Spec Miata, Spec E30, get to the grid.
Jeremy Griffin in the 87 lines up inside row 3 with number 5 of Bill Miller to the outside. On the inside of row 4, Bill Griffin in the 62, and outside Jeremy Buckingham in the 54, our only SE30 class car out today. And then Bill Kring and Blakely Fabiani will not start. They each had some damage where Blakely Fabiani had the contact in turn 1 of lap 1, and then Bill Kring had the incident off 13 where he ended up in the woods. So we'll just be starting 8 cars for our 20-lap feature number 2.
Well, John, Rachel is leading them through turn 14 right now. They're double file as they come through there. It's slow speed. I think she told you she was running about 45, 50 miles an hour.
40 for the Miatas.
40 for the Miatas. So she's keeping them at a pretty slow pace. She pulls to the side right now. And the Miatas, as usual, you can tell not only is she probably slowing a little bit, but they're getting a little trigger happy as they come come to the line right now. They'll be coming off turn 16. Blakely Fabiani told me it's kind of unusual because he said on the start of this race, they're not up to speed. They're not coming down at 100 miles an hour down the front straightaway. So they have a little different deal when they get down to turn 1.
And you can see that Jose Garcia already trying to move up from his second row starting spot. And we're going to see side-by-side action through turn 1. Raiden Nickel to the point, but here goes Jose Garcia up to the inside of Keith Williamson for second.
Well, Jose is looking to the inside of Williamson as they head to turn 2 right now. It's Williamson in the black car, Jose in the silver 00, and Jose clears him and he makes it into second position.
Jose has won 3 features at Atlanta Motorsports Park this year, but none of them have been the second race of the day where points are on the line, but the trophy and the podium presentation is on the line for the top 3 in this race as we see some side-by-side action for 4th place as the number 5, Bill Miller, is getting into it with the 87 of Jerry Griffin.
Well, we got another one in the midst now. The 33 car also of Tal Safani is in the mix of that one.
And they're going to be side-by-side into turn 9. Always treacherous territory. You don't see much side-by-side action there as our leader, Raiden Nichols, clear by about 5 car lengths up into turn 12.
And Nickel goes around 12. He'll be taking his car down to 13. That's that off-camber turn that has produced a little bit of trouble earlier in the day, certainly for Bill Kring. But right now we see our shot of turn 14, 15, and 16 as those drivers make their way down the backside of 12. Now they're coming down the front straightaway once again, and we'll be seeing them out of 16 here in just a moment.
That's right. We can still see good battle on the track between top 3. Now we see them coming out of 1. Garcia has a, and then look at this battle. 4 cars in the mix for 4th place through 7th.
And they are really battling it out back there in the 4th through 7th spot. A little bit of information we uncovered while you were down doing a Victory Lane interview earlier. Raiden Nickel has now turned 14. Last time we were here, he was 13, so he is now a new 14-year-old.
So he can drive on this track, but he will not be able to drive home as again we see the best battle. Keith Williamson just a couple car lengths back. And then this maelstrom for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as we have the 87. Jerry Griffin is in 4th. Behind him is Tal Stefani, and then Bill Miller and Jeremy Buckingham all together on the track.
Jeremy Buckingham is in a class by himself out there. He is in that E30 class, and for Buckingham, he's got a Miata behind him. That's kind of an unusual situation, but he's got that situation going on right now as just behind him is Bill Griffin in the 62 car.
Well, we saw in the first race, Bill Griffin struggled at times coming off of turn 6 where the Radicals were struggling into turn 6. Bill Griffin had some wild, loose times coming off of 6. So if he can get that back together, Miatas are typically quicker than the E30 class. He should be able to get by Buckingham, as right now our best battle on the track continues to be that battle between Griffin and Stefani down the front straightaway. They're almost drafting, Charles.
I tell you what, they got a really good hard battle going on. They take it down to turn 1. They're side by side there as they go into 1. And it's going to be the 33 of Stefani that comes out with the lead in that little pack of cars.
That's right, and Bill Miller also got up past Griffin, so Griffin losing 2 spots. On screen, we can see our leaders going through that long turn 4 carousel. Raiden Nickel leads, and then it's about 20 car lengths back to our battle for second as we see Jose Garcia holding off Keith Williamson. Let's see if Williamson tries a charge into 6. He sort of shows the nose, but off the corner, Garcia should have that momentum. And then back to 4th place, Stefani in 4th, followed by Miller, Griffin, and Buckingham.
John, I was just noticing out of my peripheral vision, I saw the guys going up through turn 4. Obviously a slow pace as they're going up that hill and around the sweeping turn. And then at the same time, it was the guys coming down off of turn 5, down toward turn 6, and they're flying down there as fast as they can go. The difference in miles per hour, the actual speed, is quite different whenever you're going up that hill and then when you're firing coming down toward turn 6.
Now this is the final race of our championship series here in 2021. As on screen we see Williamson applying pressure to Garcia through turn 16. Raiden Nickel should win the points championship. He entered the day with 417 points. Garcia was second with 341, with Nickel winning the earlier race and out front. He should be just about a lock, but the battle will be on for second as Garcia leads Williamson by 52 points, but drivers get to drop one of their worst performances. So the mathematicians will be working overtime after this race to figure out our finishing positions.
And they're in a tight points battle. They're also in a tight battle on the racetrack right now. That's the battle for second and third spot. Garcia, your second place car, the 00. Williamson in the 64 in third. They're both following Raiden Nickel around the track right now. Nickel out front by about 20 car lengths, I guess you'd say right now in that 93 car.
You could really see Williamson take a little tighter line through turn 6. Garcia kept his angle open to keep a little more momentum around the corner. Now as they head down into turn 9 and 10, these two drivers are still just battling hard out there on the track as they'll now head uphill into turn 12.
They go uphill into 12. You see them disappear off behind the trees in 12. They'll make that sweeping turn, head down to 13. There you see Raiden Nickel go by. Here you see your battle as they head into 13 and down to 14, and they still have a very, very strong battle going on. Look at these guys go. Once again, Williamson looks to the inside. He is trying to get a bead on how to get around Jose, but Garcia still leads that duo as they come up into 16.
A good launch off 16 is so important for straightaway speed, as now we see Williamson take a look to the outside and now back to the inside in that braking area through turn 1. So Garcia gets stuck on the outside and move Williamson up to P2, but now Garcia is going to try to fight back up towards turn 2.
This is going to be a great battle all afternoon long. Williamson right now has the advantage.
Turn 1, and then from there it's about 7 more seconds back to Tal Stefani in 4th place.
Tal Stefani is just sitting all alone there in 4th position, but we got a good battle going on for 5th and 6th as those two guys battle it out. Bill Miller in the 5 and Jerry Griffin in the 87, and they're side by side, John, as they head to turn 2.
Side by side uphill to turn 2. It's not a place you really want to be side by side, and there we see Griffin fade back in behind Miller. So Miller in that bright red 5 car. Now back up to that battle for second. Again, we see Garcia try that wider line through turn 6. He told me after race 1 his tires were fading as they were older and he needed to get some fresh rubber on there, so maybe he has. And he's going to need that fresh rubber to try to get by Williamson as they are continued to be locked in battle. As you see Raiden Nickel flash out of the picture there, he is out to about a 5-second lead.
Well, Nickel, the class of the field here this afternoon, no question about that. The youngster doing a great job. Williamson and Garcia continue to battle for second position. There you see them coming down off of turn 13, and it looks like Williamson is getting a little more of an advantage over Garcia right now. Jose was close enough for a while there. He could take a quick look to the inside or outside. Now that advantage of being able to do that is kind of getting away from him as Williamson leads him off 16.
Don't know if it's just a lack of power for Garcia or the handling is going away. Drivers will be confronted with really different weather now, Charles, as in the morning. It was cold out there. It was in the 50s, and now it's a nice, comfortable 70, 75-degree day where that's going to change the handling, should increase the grip, but who knows what it will do to the other components in the automobile.
I was looking at Tal Stefani, the 33 car. He is running all alone now in 4th position, but he's got about the same situation going for him that young Raiden Nickel has. There's nobody in front of him to follow. There's nobody he's really trying to chase down that he can see. So he is purely racing the track and hoping to hit his marks every time he goes by. Some of these other guys, you can try to vary what's going on in front or behind you, like Williamson and Garcia, for instance. If Keith takes a little narrower exit on the corner, Jose might take a wider exit on the corner to try to get an advantage on it. But those two guys don't have that opportunity.
So our cameras are following what is still the best battle on the track. Keith Williamson holding off Jose Garcia by about 3 car lengths as they get through 12. They'll drop out of our camera shot in 13, but then they'll reappear on the other side. And again, you see that Williamson just seems to be gaining inch by inch, Charles. Just a fraction better so far in Spec Miata feature number 2.
14 has been a key turn this afternoon. There they come up into 15. They'll be coming off 16 here in a moment, and by our vantage point here in the tower, as we're approaching the halfway point of this, we're just past the halfway point. We've got 8 minutes left in this race right now as Raiden Nickel leads them off of turn number 1. There you see Williamson and Garcia and their battle going on off turn 1 as they work down the back chute.
So just as a point of reference, Raiden Nickel, there you can see him flashing on the bottom of the screen, has almost the entire carousel distance between him and second place Keith Williamson. And then it really looks like Garcia's struggling to keep the car low in the carousel. He seems about a half a groove or half a car wider through that corner. And now Garcia's trying to run it hard into 6, but he just can't seem to make up any ground on that 64 machine.
Yeah, Garcia, as he's done in the past, he's taken a little wider angle coming out of turn 6, and he did that time. Two tires clearly off the rumble strips, but didn't get all 4 of them off, so that's a good thing. But he is doing everything he can to try to chase down Keith Williamson, and he's kind of losing that battle right now. He's going away instead of getting closer.
So recapping your top 5 as they run now, the 93 of Raiden Nickel has led from the jump. Keith Williamson in the 64 had fallen back to 3rd and got back up to 2nd. He is in 2nd place right now. Jose Garcia battling hard in the 00s in 3rd. Tal Stefani in 4th place in the 33, and Bill Miller rounds out your top 5.
Well, Keith Williamson and Jose Garcia have kept this thing interesting. There comes Raiden Nickel by. He is your leader, and he's down into 1 once again. But Williamson and Garcia have kept this a very interesting race. Now it's starting to get a little less interesting because Williamson is pulling away. He's down in turn 1. Garcia now gets to turn 1, so probably a second and a half difference in those two drivers at the moment.
Absolutely, some daylight starting to open up between our 2nd and 3rd place drivers. So this has points implications, as in our race earlier today, Keith Williamson finished 2nd and would have gained some points on Jose Garcia. As they're running right now, he would gain a few more. Which race gets dropped would be imperative for figuring out who finishes where in the Spec Miata points. But out front, there's no question, it's Raiden Nickel today, and it's been Raiden Nickel most of 2021.
Well, the battle is not what it once was, but still it's the best battle on the racetrack between Williamson and Garcia. So we stay on that battle as they head down to turn 7. Into 8, you'll see Raiden Nickel disappear, and then all of a sudden here you'll see Keith Williamson and then Jose Garcia come into the picture.
So our camera did follow Raiden Nickel through turn 12. He comes out 13 on the other side, and still you hadn't seen 2nd place Keith Williamson come into the screen. So that just shows Raiden Nickel is out to a comfortable lead in the Spec Miata race, just laying down consistent laps, hitting his marks corner by corner as he rolls off Sweet 16, and we have about 6 minutes left in race number 2.
Raiden Nickel is from the little town of Houston, Georgia, and I happened to scout camp many years ago. I was with Hayward Hush III. His grandfather founded the town of Houston, and so it was kind of neat to find somebody that their grandfather founded a town back in those days. Of course, that had to be in the 1800s, I'm assuming.
Pretty cool to have a town named after you, almost like when you hear about one of those towns where it's named after the company that formed it. You know, Mico, Florida, which is something, you know, middle
Hyundai, Alabama.
Yeah, middle citrus, you know, county type thing. As here we're following Raiden Nickel down into that tough turn 6, and he gets just a couple of those nibbles on the right side as he goes through the center of the corner, and then he's cleanly off. Just as a point of reference, we're following him as 2nd place is just getting through turn 6, so Raiden Nickel is most of the way down our back straightaway.
You know, Raiden Nickel is, I don't remember him sliding the tires into corners. I don't remember smoke coming out of his car at any point. He has run a good race and just continues to do so. That's one of the reasons he's pulling away and continues to lead this race, is because the youngster just has a really good instinct for when to get in the corners and when to get on the gas.
Well, he's 14, and while that sounds young, he has a lot of experience in karts. He's won and raced a lot over at the kart track as well. So just age, just a number. It doesn't necessarily mean a lack of experience, as he's been driving for several seasons.
And we talked about him earlier today. When you're got an idea that you want to be a professional race car driver, you want to be getting seat time any possible time you can. He's at the kart track when he can be. He's here when he can be. Other places he also tries to race. So the youngster getting in a lot of good seat time and learning his craft as he gets ready to prepare for trying to do that full time somewhere down the road possibly. Keith Williamson is still in second. It's Jose Garcia in third. Now Williamson has started to pull away a little more from Garcia, so that is a little bit out of Garcia's grasp right now to try to get into second spot unless Williamson has some kind of trouble. We're following the number 54 of Jeremy Buckingham, looks like that is. Right now. Actually, that's Buckingham going into turn 1. He follows Jerry Griffin in the 87 car through turn 1.
Buckingham's having a good run today, where normally you see those E30s at the back of the pack. He is ahead of Bill Griffin, putting down those consistent laps. He's easy on the announcer's eyes out there, Charles, when you look for the one car that's different, that bright red color, and it's that boxy BMW shape, quite different from the sleeker Miatas that we see on track.
Easier to find, and we see our that's still the 54 car of Buckingham right there making his way through the corners. So Buckingham in the 54 brings it off turn 6, and he does a good job. He slides it just a hair on the rear end of that one coming out of the corner.
Yeah, just a touch loose coming off turn 6. And you can see the kart track running in the background again, just how much faster these cars are than the karts as Buckingham shoots down the back straightaway. So Buckingham looks poised to win the E30 Spec season championship on the season, as well as the title for the day, being the only one on the track at the moment.
Williamson and Garcia now are separated quite a bit as they go into turn 1. Williamson's already cleared turn 1. Garcia just now going into turn number 1. So we've got our leader coming out of turn 4. Meanwhile, here comes our look coming off 16. But that's an area where, as you mentioned earlier, the car unloads, to use Will's term. The car unloads there, and you can really have some troubles over in the sand pit.
That's right. We just saw the 33 of Tal Stefani getting into turn 6, had some of that tire smoke coming off the fronts as he had locked him up, trying to slow down. But you're right, Charles. What's dangerous about turn 16, it's that Eau Rouge corner in this Herman Tilke designed course. When the car unloads, the rear end can snap loose quick. And there's YouTube videos out there where drivers will snap loose, snap around, and end up crashing into the barricade. And since then, Atlanta Motorsports Park has extended that blue and white striped area that you see to try to give some runoff. But turn 16 is one of those places where things can go bad quickly.
Brent Landry has put out the white flag for Raiden Nickel, and the rest of our field comes by under that white flag. So our final lap is underway now for the Spec Miatas and the E30s as we end up our day for them. It's their second race of the day. And your leader, there's the number 93 of Nickel as he works his way off turn 4. He comes down now. He'll try to make as perfect an entrance and exit into turn 6 as he can. Let's watch the youngster and see how he does.
Makes it look textbook there as he gets in and out down the back straightaway. So Raiden Nichols checked off one more corner on this Atlanta Motorsports Park main track facility.
And now we check our car of, oh, there's Nickel. Yeah, Nickel's going into turn number 10, getting ready to go up that hill into 11 and 12. And pretty soon he'll be heading down the front stretch, John. He'll be ready to get interviewed from you again. So we'll find that out in just a few moments. There goes Nickel into 14.
So again, we're riding with Keith Williamson. You had mentioned that Raiden Nickel is from Houston. Keith Williamson from just down the road in Milton, Georgia, one of the newer towns in Fulton County. Beautiful drive. That's where I drove up through. But here we see Raiden Nickel, the 14-year-old, coming off Sweet 16 and rolling down the front straightaway. And he takes the win here in Spec Miata race number 2.
Certainly not the first checkered flag Raiden Nickel has seen, and I can guarantee you it's not going to be his last either. Good job from the youngster. John will be down to talk with him in a moment. Let's check out that battle for second position. We're viewing turn 16 right now. Let's see who comes out of there. It's going to be the 64 of Keith Williamson, who takes second. Jose Garcia faded back to third. He ran second there for a while. Williamson got by him down in turn 1 just a few laps into this race, and Williamson was able to hold on and then pull away a little later on as the race continued. Tal Safani finishes in 4th. It's Bill Miller taking 5th in the number 5 car. Jerry Griffin in the 87 running in 6th position. Griffin comes by. He will finish in 6th. We've got that BMW of Jeremy Buckingham, who takes 7th spot. And Bill Griffin will bring his Miata by. He will finish in 8th position. So that's the way we'll end them up today. Race number 2 for our Spec Miatas. There goes Griffin by as our final finisher for this race. They're on the cool down lap right now. Won't be but just a minute more till we'll get down to John Matthews and him talking with the youngster Raiden Nickel once again. Will, it's been a great race, man. It's always exciting to see these guys out here, and we saw a really strong battle going on between Williamson and Garcia early in this race. It kind of waned a little bit at the end, but very strong battle at the beginning.
That's right, Charles. As you saw during the course of the race, as the tires are heating up and the engines are heating up as well, these cars, they started to spread out a little bit, and Raiden Nickel, he just looked dead ahead and did not look back that entire race. The action, though, between Williamson and Garcia was definitely the high point of the race. Watch the two of them go at it. But like you said, about halfway through, that field spread out, and pretty much we finished the way it is right now. And so there's your winner coming down pit road right now. Going to pull across the scales to make this one official. And once he does, we will get John Matthews over there with him. And Charles, I don't know if you saw up here in the booth, but if you stick your head out the window, we got a little surprise out front.
What we got out here, Will? Tell us about it.
You take a look and you tell me.
Oh my goodness! What? Tell me what I'm seeing here. We've got cars on the track that we're not used to seeing at this location. Chevy Camaros are out there, and what's the story on these? We got a 22 and an 88. So what's the significance of those Hendrick cars?
Well, we've got a couple of Hendrick Time Attack cars down there on pit road, Charles. So the 22 and the 88 down there, they're actually former Winston Cup, well, actually NASCAR, I guess Monster Cup chassis that have been converted into Time Attack cars. And we'll see if we get our camera operator to get a good shot for you guys at home so you can see these things. They just got delivered last week. And if you didn't know it, these things are actually under sound here so they can get out, run on track. They are purpose-built track attack machines, and they've got a little bit of NASCAR heritage to them.
Wow, that is pretty cool. We'll take a quicker look at those in just a moment. Right now, I think John Matthews is caught up once again with Raiden Nickel.
That's right, Charles. I am down here on pit lane with our winner for both races in our Spec Miata race from Houston, Georgia, Raiden Nickel. Congratulations, Raiden. How does it feel to know that you're going to be on the top of the podium later this afternoon?
It feels great. Yeah, I got to thank my mom, my dad, my sister for being a good pit crew. But yeah, it feels pretty good.
All right. Now, what changes did you make after race number 1, or was it just all good and you just hopped in and cranked out another 20 minutes?
It was just all good. I kept my head down. I was focusing on that win and championship. Got into a nice rhythm and cruise, and it was all good from there.
So what do you think is next for you in your racing career, or at least
next year? And then we're going to try to get to MX5. But the next race is Roebling SCCA race Road to Atlanta SCCA race. But yeah.
And will we still see you over at the karting track for the conclusion of their season?
Yes, sir. Next weekend is the next race, so I'll be there.
All right, so race fans, Raiden Nickel from Houston, Georgia, winning the race and the championship in our Spec Miata class. Back up to you, Charles.
Thanks, John. Yeah, a great run for the youngster again this afternoon. We've got our downforce cars coming out in just a little while. They'll be ready to get things going in just a few minutes. So right now we'll take a quick little break as we get set up for our next race of the afternoon coming up. That'll be Radical Cars, downforce cars, coming your way in just a few moments.
All right, all drivers at 2:15, the grid will open for downforce. Downforce drivers at 2:15, the grid will be open.
John has caught up with Jose Garcia down there, so we'll get a few words from Jose. So, John, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Decatur native Jose Garcia. You had a good battle going early on, got up to second place, and then faded to third. So what was happening from inside the 00 car from your point of view?
Honestly, I think I overcooked the tires on the first few laps, and by mid-race, there was not much left. Going into the carousel was a challenge, you know, a lot of understeer everywhere. The car felt kind of heavy as well. We had a little sputter problem earlier on. It kind of went away, but I was maybe losing confidence in the car, and you know what happens after that, you know, you just go downhill from there. So pushing harder just made me slide more, and I just didn't have the speed today. So Raiden does what he does well, and when he's up front, he has his head down, and it's beautiful to watch. And I'm feeling this is time to pass the baton. Good talent like his, and of course Keith did a great job.
All right, last month you were over at the seniors, so congrats on your season. Thanks for coming out, and look forward to seeing you in action at the kart track.
Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, back up to you, Charles.
Thanks, John. Yeah, good to hear from Jose. We will see him next week at the kart track as we get things underway over there for a big weekend of racing and a big Saturday coming your way next week. So make sure to attend that and enjoy all the benefits that we have at the kart track. Always a lot of fun over there on the karts. Right now, we've got racing action coming up from the Radical cars. They'll be out on track in just a few minutes. And John's down there. He's got some interesting information on those cars that have the Aero Group written on them. They've got some Hendrick ties to them. Those are old Cup cars. So we'll find out a little more from what John's found out about those cars sitting right in front of the tower.
I'm down here with Dave Capwell. Dave, we've seen a lot of Spec Miatas. We've seen Radical cars. This looks like something we would see on Sunday. So tell us about these machines here.
Yeah, so these are Hendrick Track Attack cars. The original chassis were raced. So the 22 was raced by Chase Elliott, and the 88 was raced by Dale Earnhardt Jr. They take the chassis, they strip it down completely, put all brand new parts into it, and make them road course ready.
And will we see them out on track a little later as part of the Trunk and Treat program today?
You will. So we're heating them up now at 3:30. We're going to fire them up and go and take them out for a few laps.
Well, thank you for that, Dave. Something I have to say as the day goes on, the cars here get a little more exotic and special. Behind them, we have a pair of McLarens. You never know what you're going to see here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's the Trunk and Treat coming up after the racing tonight. So if you're a member, you'll want to be here, especially to see these two Aero Group cars. Back up to you, Charles.
John, ask him about the weight. John, ask him about the weight differential.
A bit different, but they spec them out at 3,100 pounds. We're running a little different engine in it, but
These almost look like a ram air coming right off the front air filter and then going down into the engine. I will say, David, that is a classy looking engine right there. How much horsepower could they generate from this?
so this one's running about 635, 640 horsepower.
That's a good amount of power. What kind of times will they be on sort of on par with what the Radicals can do?
No, definitely not. They're a lot heavier, but the power is more, so they're not as quick, but boy, they're a hell of a lot of fun to drive.
All right. You piqued my interest. I almost want to get in when no one's looking and get out there. But if you're members here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, come on out today, join the trunk and treat, and get to see David as well as these two Aero Group machines and whatever else happens. Maybe I can convince David to get these into the drag races that'll happen, or even the Super Autocross in the South Paddock, all kinds of activities. So come on out, and with that, back up to you, Charles.
Thank you, John. We need all downforce drivers to the grid, please. All downforce drivers. Time to get those cars to the grid. Time to get them to the grid now. Outstanding to see those cars out here, and good to hear about the history of those two race cars as well as they get set to make a few laps here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Thanks to John Matthews for finding out some great information for us down there. Radical cars will be out in just a few minutes. It's your last call to get those cars to the grid, drivers. John, I also spot some motorcycles down there. We got some BMWs going to be racing. See if you can find out a story on that one for us in just a moment.
Oh, wait, did you say they might be racing or just rolling around the track here? I'll head on down the paddock and try to get a word with our motorcycle drivers here. These look like some other impressive machines. They don't know I'm coming, so this is an ambush interview in the process. Different type of racing that would happen here. This is a beautiful BMW motorcycle. He's trying to get it queued up. I don't want to interrupt him too much, Charles.
This is our first M-branded motorcycle.
John, if you can get a hold of Nate Kern, he is our BMW factory driver that's here. And so it'll be great to get a few words with Nate Kern.
Charles, I do have Nate Kern here. So, Nate, tell us about this machine that I am standing in front of.
Well, what's really exciting is we have our first M-branded motorcycle in the M1000RR behind you here. And naturally, M stands for performance. I've been fortunate enough to survive 12 full seasons of racing for BMW, and now I'm getting a little older and not as slim. They keep me around for testing and development. So we're going to just come out here and keep the blade sharp and just cruise around a little bit and practice. I think 10 after 4 is our session. But we have an S1000RR and an M1000RR, and the difference, again, is just performance.
Which one is higher, the S or the M?
Definitely the M. Everybody knows what that letter stands for.
How much horsepower are we talking? Where we've heard different numbers for the cars. You only have 2 wheels, but how much horsepower are you putting into that rear wheel?
So this M that I've been in development on for a couple of years is out on the market now, and just from the showroom floor, it's 212 horsepower, and it revs to 15,100 RPMs. But completely rideable. There's so much electronic support, which I tend to dial down so I can keep the fundamentals strong, but it's all there when you need them when the elements change.
So you'll be out on these later today on the track?
Correct. I think Stephanie said 10 after 4, we're going to get a little practice session in. And for sure, the wings that you see on the front of the M-bike generate downforce, and it doesn't want to rotate and wheelie as much as the S does. But just cruising around here, it tends to spin the tire a little bit.
Now, I guess when 410 comes up, I'll be seeing your smile from ear to ear through the helmet, it sounds like.
There's no replacement for laps, and I'm very fortunate to live close enough to an amazing facility like this. And I'll tell you, Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I have to say, I don't know a lot about motorcycles, but these look like some impressive machines, and we'll see what Nate can do for times later this afternoon here at the park.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Nate. We appreciate that, man. Some great information coming there. Look forward to seeing those cycles out on the track coming up here a little later this afternoon. We got some other cars down here. I just noticed a skeleton has been placed in one of these cars that's down here in the front area. So we've got some other cars that are being shown as well this afternoon. So a lot of visual things happening as well as motorized things happening here today at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've got the cars down on the grid. We'll get the Radicals out in just a moment. We'll find out when they're going to release, but that will be happening very soon as we get ready for downforce racing coming up.
SR1 out there, so this is a race within a race. Now, as you're looking at the screen, you'll see that there's one difference from the earlier race. There's no black car out there this time, Charles. We have a gray car.
Yeah, it's still the same driver, though. Pearson has taken over the wheel of that one, so put John Pearson in the, I don't know the number on that yet. We'll find out in just a moment, but it is the gray car. He's working his way by now. That's
Looks
still
like
a 418,
418.
so very close to the 48.
Just rolls off the tongue, 418.
So they come by for their first time to take a look. They take, Rachel was telling me they take 2 pace laps for the Radical cars. They only do 1 for the Spec Miatas, but they do 2 for the Radical cars.
These Radicals need just a little more time to warm up the engines, get them to proper temperature, and warm up those tires. And here's where that's so important. We saw in race number 1, Rosenblum shot off into the carousel, washed out because of those cold tires, and lost 2 positions. Now, after the race, Justin told me the SR1s run grooved tires, where the SR3s have a true racing slick. Those grooved tires mean that you have even less of a contact patch. So in the SR1s, while they're lighter, they have less horsepower, but that less grip issue from the grooved tires really can impact performance. So you know this time Rosenblum is going to scrub those tires so he has them up to temperature when he gets to the first lap.
You can tell that Rachel in the pace car has a little more speed than she had last time through. She had to negotiate that corner a little differently down in 6 as she took the group by. So we've got Hume starting on the pole for this one. Chris Hume's going to be our pole sitter because he was the winner of the last race. They'll double him up and get ready for the start coming off turn 16 here in just a few moments. Drivers working their way now slowly once again. You see them coming down through turn 14, and it won't be long now. You'll see Rachel pull off, and our drivers will get lined up ready to come to the green flag. Oh, and they're just now going up to 12. I was confused about where I was on the racetrack from that shot earlier. So they're now heading up to 12. They'll be making that way down toward 14 and up to 16 in just a moment.
So this is the final race, Charles. 2021 season coming to a close, just a little more than 20 minutes. Race number 8, so we've had a variety of action on the main track this year. Miata, we've had a Legend car for one of the races this year. We've had the E30s. We've had the Classics out. No Classics today, but here we go. Radical race number 2, the final race of the 2021 Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Chris Hune and John Pearson bring them off turn number 16. They'll come down. Green flag is ready to go in the air. Brent Landry.
Race number 2 today as Pearson gets to the early lead, but now I don't think that's Hune. I think we have Rosenblum fighting up the inside of turn 3, but Pearson's able to hold him off through the carousel.
Wow, Pearson just getting a great start as he came down through the front straightaway and down into turn 1. So Pearson has taken the gray ghost, or whatever we're going to call that, out front right now. Pearson brings it down into turn number 6. He's going to get on the brakes there, bring it off 6, and he's got a battle going on behind him.
Heck of a battle as we see Rosenblum get 4 over the curb under pressure from Hune as Hune took a look to the inside. So at
turn 12, Hune just a car length ahead of Rosenblum. Matter of fact, I don't even believe there's a car length of separation between those two drivers right now.
Maybe just a coat of paint, Charles, as they battle side by side off turn 13. So I imagine that that's Hune trying to get that bigger engine car past Rosenblum and trying to get up to Pearson, as now they've settled that battle. So Pearson in the lead. Second place, that looks like Hune in the 53, and then Rosenblum in the 79.
Yeah, Hune now. Rosenblum looks on the high side as they head down to turn 1 once again. Pearson going to take it into 1. He goes very tight to the corner down there, keeps the same distance when he comes out over Chris Hune. Hune now starting to separate himself a little bit from Justin Rosenblum as they work into turn 2.
Hune and Pearson both running those S3 Radicals, so there'll be a little higher performance than Rosenblum, who's back in 3rd. So Hune reeling in Pearson. He was the race 1 winner, but he had to get by both Hune and Rosenblum. So here we see them heading down hard on the brakes into turn 6.
Boy, Hune is right behind him as they come off turn 6, and he looks to the inside. Looked like he wanted to try to make a move on Pearson, but Pearson's still out front, gets in the gas really early and takes him down to turn number 7. They work through that area of the racetrack, and it's still Pearson. Looks like he slid a little bit in turn 7. Now they go into 8 with Hune right behind him.
Hune absolutely just staring right at the exhaust port from the Pearson car Hune was quick in the first race, so I think we're going to see a great battle for the lead as we see Hune taking a peek to the inside as they get through 14. They'll pop out on the other side of the trees. And, Charles, we're going to see who's in the lead, and it's Hune battling up the inside, that larger engine maybe being an advantage, and he's going to try and move on the outside through 16.
Well, Pearson should be good on the inside. They come across, and it's just a half car length of an advantage right now for Pearson. What's going to happen down in turn 1? Oh, my goodness, Hune is able to get by Pearson, so Hune is our new race leader.
Move Hune up to the top spot of the podium. Let's see if Pearson's able to fight back as they head up towards the carousel. So there they enter that long, sweeping turn 4 designed on the Nuremberg in Germany. Hune is pulled out to about 3 car lengths quickly, and then it's about 10 car lengths back to Rosenblum.
Well, it's Hune on the gas. He's down in turn 6. Look at Pearson coming to the inside. Pearson going to momentarily take that spot away. Can Hune battle back? They go door to door, if they had doors, down into turn 7.
Wheel to wheel, we'll say, as Hune now looks to be on the outside of turn 10. Hune sends it right up the outside of turn 10. So Hune and Pearson putting on a great display of driving skill. Rosenblum was not able to take advantage and make it a 3-car battle. So Hune used a little bit of a crossover move off 6 to retake the lead.
Chris Hune has done a great job of battling back. Pearson got past him for just a moment there, but he worked really hard. Coming off turn 6, he battled hard on the outside and got to the inside down in 7 and wound up retaking the lead. So Chris Hune now brings him off turn 16, and he comes by. You see there's about 4 car, maybe 5 car lengths difference in those cars right now as they head down into 1.
You can hear the cars backfire and downshift hard on the brakes into turn 1. Charles, we were talking with the rep from Radical saying that they'll downshift probably 3, maybe 4 gears down into turn 1, one of the hardest braking areas of the track. And now we see Hune continuing to extend his lead through the carousel.
Yeah, Hune will bring it down. He'll be in 6th gear, I believe, coming down off of turn number 4. Adrian told us that once they get down to 6, they have to go down to 2nd gear. Same thing is true when they go to turn 1. But they'll get fully into 6th gear as quickly as possible as they head down those long straightaways.
Well, no downshifting now. They're fully on the gas down their back straightaway, and through turn 10, we see Hune just slowly inching away from Pearson, maybe about a 6-car length lead right now, as Hune was smooth through 11 and then up the hill through 12.
And our best battle, I guess, is William Layton and Andrew Nagy. Those 2 drivers are closest together of anybody on the racetrack right now, but we still keep our eye on Chris Hune as he heads into turn 14. Chris Hune getting by Pearson and able to put quite a bit of distance on him right now. So it's got Chris Hune gets an opportunity to bring it by on the front straightaway, and he will log in another lap complete, but it's 6 minutes complete right now, just about it. So we've got about 14 minutes or so left in this session for the downforce cars.
In our point standings for the downforce cars, Barry Davidson is our leader with 159 points. He is not here today, and Andrew Nagy, who runs in 5th place at the moment, is 2nd in points. So Chris Hune, all the way back in 5th place, he might gain enough points with 2 wins today to get the title. So, Charles, the mathematicians will be working overtime after this race to compile the results and see who not only wins the day, but takes the season championship.
Well, those season championships, they can drop a race. Is Barry Davison dropping the race this weekend? How does that affect the points? We don't know. Those are things that, as you say, the mathematicians are going to have to work on that.
And, Charles, earlier we were looking at those Aero Group cars. Race fans, you may not hear it, but I've heard them just fire up those cars, Charles. We can feel the control tower rumbling with the thunder of those engines.
Yeah, imagine 43 of those cranking up in front of you. It is quite a roar on a Sunday afternoon.
So we're here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, nestled in the North Georgia foothills, just west of Dawsonville. Charles, one of those cars that we saw down there was driven by Chase Elliott, so just down the road in Dawsonville, Thunder Road, and they're having that big Moonshine Festival this weekend, one of the biggest events in Dawsonville of the year.
If you haven't had a chance to go into the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, you need to do so. The new Chase Elliott exhibit is there, and, of course, a lot of other famous folks to look at. Not a lot, but a little bit on that last lap.
It certainly hasn't opened. We've heard that Pearson moving from the black 48 to the gray 418 has, I think, a slightly larger engine.
Again with Hune out front of Pearson by maybe 10 car lengths, we'll call it, as they work their way around. Your tree, you pointed that out to me earlier today. That sugar maple out there is turning very, very pretty this time of year, and it's kind of the lone tree sitting there in the middle of turn 4.
It is. They left one tree in the middle. It's safe. It's not that some driver's going to drive off and hit it, but you're right. It's October. It's fall. As I look into the distance, I can see some other trees starting to turn. It's not quite peak here in Georgia. That's probably still 3 weeks away. But here we are. It's the 20th of October. Before we know it, it'll be Halloween. And that's why they're having the trunk and treat tonight. So a great social coming up here for the members at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Residents of Atlanta, such as yourself, don't seem to know when peak leaf season is. They've been invading North Georgia for the last 4 weeks thinking it's peak season already.
I think that's when I grew up in the north. Peak season was late September, and then it kind of went from sort of northern Maine and would go south. If you were in the Boston area right now, you're really past peak. Unless in some spots, and if you get one of those rainstorms, a windstorm, it just tends to rip all the leaves down. But here you're right, not quite there, although the maples seem to turn first, and that is a sugar maple on the inside of turn 4.
Sugar maple. Did I say that correctly first
I
time?
believe you did.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and watch the tape, but I believe you said it was a sugar maple. Not that I'm a horticulturalist by trade.
Well, our leaders are working by that said tree over in turn 4 right now. Here comes Chris Hune once again down to the inside of the tree and heading to the inside of turn number 6. It's Hune in the 53 car, and Pearson still trying to chase him down, but I think the die is cast, and I believe Mr. Hune, barring some kind of problems, has got this one in the driver's seat this afternoon.
Well, we're 12 minutes into the race. This is where those problems sometimes come up to bite drivers. The tires get a little more worn. They're hot and greasy. The brakes get hot and start fading, and the drivers have to basically let off the gas into the corner. So let's see between Hune and Pearson who has maintained their equipment through the first 9 laps today. So now we'll see down through turn 6, Andrew Nagy will come in, and then behind him you'll see our leader, Chris Hune, shoot off turn 1, up the hill, back to the carousel one more time. Charles, a few laps ago, it seemed like Pearson had closed into maybe 8 car lengths, and now it seems like that lead has bowed back out to about 15 lengths.
Yeah, I believe you're right, John. It looks like John Pearson has lost the handle a little bit on his race car, and that gap is starting to widen right now as Hune brings it perfectly through turn number 6. Pearson does a good job of getting through 6 as well. That car stays real tight down toward the corner. Rear end does not shoot out on him at all, so everything looks good as far as those two drivers negotiating turn 6.
You can see the drivers usually put 2 wheels over that curbing to widen the turn a little bit. Again, if they put all 4 wheels over the curbing, they're subject to a penalty, which would be a drive-through. And knock on wood, that hasn't happened yet today, although it's happened in past races this season.
And our leaders are down into 14 right now. They're taking a quick look down there through that treacherous area. I say treacherous a lot of times because it seems like every area of this track seems to have treacherous problems at moments in the race.
Well, and every driver that I've talked to, whether it's 4 wheels or even the motorcycle drivers, say this is a challenging course. There's no resting on this track. You can't let your mind drift. You have to be fully concentrated, hit your marks, work the gearbox, maintain your equipment, and if you miss one apex, you could legitimately be off into the woods, as we've seen.
And you got to think, not only does that upset the car and upset your line that you're driving, but what does it do to you mentally? If you make a mistake out there, you got to think, I've got to center myself. I got to get back into where I was at mentally. How much of an effect does that have on you if you bobble somewhere?
Well, Jose Garcia said in his post-race interview, he started pressing, he started pushing, and when that happened, he actually ended up being slower. So it's one of these cases, you have to almost slow down to go faster. You have to be patient. As much as we think you have to be aggressive out there, you have to be patient enough to hit your marks. If you try to go aggressive, if you try to do everything and go too hard into a corner, that's when you lose tons of time. You're not gaining hundredths. All of a sudden you're losing whole seconds.
That's an interesting comment Jose made, because not only do you lose time you need to go slower on the track mechanically and speed-wise, but you need to slow your brain down a little bit. Go slower to go faster with your brain as well as what's happening on your mechanical side of things.
So slow and steady wins the race, so to speak. You need to be smooth through these corners. And Charles, as you said, there's 16 corners here, multiple different corners on here between 1 and 6, what you have to deal with in 12 and 13, and then again in 16. They really challenge all aspects of a driver's driving portfolio.
John, we see a great panoramic view of this race course right now. We see Chris Hune coming off turn number 4. He's heading down into 6 once again. Just has run a great race. He did not start out on the front this afternoon, and was able to work his way back up, got behind a couple of cars there at the very beginning, worked his way back through, got by Pearson. Pearson and he then battled, and Pearson got a momentary lead.
Then now we can see on screen as Pearson is rolling into turn 12, Hune is already shot out of view on 13, so Hune has opened up over a 4-second advantage here in our season finale at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, Andrew Nagy, who's the last car on the lap, just came by our vantage point. Now here comes Chris Hune. So Hune starting to reel in Nagy here as we get down toward the end of this one. I don't know that he'll get there, but at least he has somebody in sight now.
Well, with 3 minutes to go, I imagine he will. He came very close in the first race to getting up to Andrew Nagy. So there we see Nagy on the left of your screen through the carousel as Hune is entering. Again, that long, you have to be so patient on that carousel where it's almost like a double or triple apex corner. You can't rush it at any point. You just have to let the turn develop before fully. Towards Rosenblum, we may have a battle for second before the end of this race.
Yeah, may have. I was noticing that car of Pearson's. You know, we talked about the black car, obviously, a very obvious car on the racetrack. This one is gray, but it also has purple pinstriping on it, and a good-looking race car. You don't really get that perspective when you're looking at it on camera because of the distance factor, but whenever you look at that car up close, beautiful race car.
So here we see our leader, Chris Hune, closing right up to the rear wing of Andrew Nagy, and Nagy yields way, so Hune moves down to the inside and cleanly gets by the slower car of Nagy. And now I'm looking back as Hune rides up towards turn 3. Pearson just came by the start-finish line, so Hune has opened up a 13-second gap on second place as we see Hune once again just smooth through that carousel, about a half a groove up off the outside, and now he's going to charge down to turn 6.
We've got just a little over a minute left in this race, so I don't think we're going to see that battle start to get up from John Pearson and Justin Rosenblum. There was a chance that was going to be a pretty heated battle, but I don't think that's going to happen. We got checkered flag coming out next time by, I believe.
Well, our starter, Brent Landry, has the double checkers clenched in the starting booth, so we will see what happens. But yes, Chris Hune has just been very smooth in this race once he got out front and battled back after maybe bobbling on the start. And now we're seeing as Hune is out to over a 13-second advantage here. So we should see him shoot into view. And here, I believe that's him coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, he comes around.
Actually,
that's 74
Leighton.
car. That's Nagy. That's Leighton, pardon me. William Leighton in that 74 car. There comes our leader and our winner. White flag is out. It's white flag this time by. They were just readying the checkered flags. So one more lap to go, and we'll finish this one up for the downforce cars.
Not just for the downforce cars, Charles, but for the day and for the season here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Champions will be crowned down in the paddock at the podium after the race.
Drivers working their way down toward turn 6 right now. There you see the William Leighton car. Here comes our leader. The 53 of Chris Hune comes by for the final time. Hune well ahead of John Pearson right now. Pearson just now coming off turn 4. So a lot of distance has been opened up between first and second position as Hune, you see, going up the hill toward turn 8.
Yeah, there we see Hune going up through. So it doesn't look like Hune will catch Leighton in this race, maybe if he had one more lap, but we are on the final lap, so he has just a few turns left for Chris Hune, looking to get win number 4 for him on the season here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
You're looking at turn 14 right now. Chris Hune comes through there. He'll be coming up through 16 in just a moment. And John, we've got a winner coming out of turn 16.
That's right. Chris Hune wins Radical Race number 2 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, round 8. As that checkered flag has come out from Brent Landry, second place car. John Pearson should be popping into view just shortly. But wow, what a performance by Hune. He was just so smooth during that ride. And there we see Pearson slice across with Rosenblum closing at the end to come in third.
Justin was really closing on Pearson. If we'd had 5 more minutes, I think that would have been a great race between those two. But as it was, Pearson in the 148 finishes in second. Justin Rosenblum in the 79 takes third spot. 74 of William Layton will finish in fourth, and it'll be Andrew Nagy in the number 138 rounding out the field. Yeah, we got a plane in the. That's not our drone. That's actually an airplane up there today.
Should I introduce, or should I talk to Rosenblum?
Remember to face the camera.
Which camera? Drone this time?
Depending on which side of the building you're on, yeah.
So John's on the way down to talk to our winner, the driver, the number 53, Chris Hune, who takes the win this afternoon. He's also going to try to get a word with Justin Rosenblum. He was the winner of the SR1, so both of those in 2 different divisions, even though they may be scored together throughout the race. But he's going to try to get a word with both those drivers. A lot of folks looking down and checking out those old NASCAR Cup cars that are down there getting ready to come out. They certainly have made a brilliant appearance here this afternoon. The 88 car was actually a car that was driven by Dale Earnhardt Jr., and the 22 car is actually a chassis that was driven by Chase Elliott. So 2 of those cars with some NASCAR Cup history, and they'll be out on the track a little later on this afternoon. So I hope you stick around for that. And, of course, the BMW motorcycle is going to be out there as well. That'll be happening on the track. Nate Kern, one of the best in the business, and the rider, factory rider for BMW, will be out there on the track, and they say he is something to watch. They say you will not see him on 2 wheels very often. He'll have one in the air just about the entire trip around the racetrack, so we look forward to that. John is headed down to talk to Chris Hune, and of course our Radical car is parked down in an area that's almost inaccessible to our wireless microphones and almost inaccessible to our cameras as well, but he'll try to get him back in an area where we can get a decent conversation with him and find out the words from our winner, Chris Hune, as he took the advantage this afternoon. It was an interesting race for Hune. He started on the front row and got shuffled back a couple of positions down in turn 1 on the very first lap. Then he wound up getting to the lead, and then John Pearson got up into the lead, and Chris Hune got back by him. So for Hune, it was a couple of times in the lead, and a couple of times he had to follow some folks before he could get back to that top spot once again. The cars have all come to a stop down there. The drivers are starting to climb out of those Radical race cars right now. And John is just about ready to snag Chris Hune and get a word with him. So we'll find out in just a moment what Chris has got to say. There you see the 53 car. You see Chris Hune removing his helmet. And he'll be ready to talk with John here in just a moment if we can find a good area where we're going to be able to pick up our microphones.
Charles, I am down here with Chris Hune, winner of Radical Race number 2 this afternoon. We get to a spot where we have a little more secure signal. So Chris, after race 1, I was asking what changes you were going to make, and you weren't going to spill the secrets, but first, you come to the start, and all of a sudden you're back in 3rd place. What's going through your mind at that point?
Not a good start. Got to make that up.
All right, and you were able to do that. So what were those changes you might have made after race 1 to your 53 machine?
Not much changes. We just went hard and, made the passes we need to make. It was a lot of fun.
Now, for viewers that may not know much about these radicals, as the race goes on, how did your car change today?
Yeah, the tires first they get better and then they get worse. They get a little, a little greasy, a little slippery. So, the downforce works. You got to stay on it.
So is this the end of your season, or do you have any more races planned?
I think this is it for this season. We're just gonna do some track time with it maybe over the winter.
All right, well, Chris, congratulations, and we'll see you at the podiums later for our trophy presentations. And with that, back up to you, Charles.
Thank you, John. We appreciate that. Good information down there coming from our winner of today's race as we get ready for more action to come out onto the racetrack here in just a little while. Of course, big party tonight is Truck or Treat here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and that's going to be a fun time. We'll find out not only the winners from today, but the championship battles and how those are going to play out. We'll be hearing about that as the day wears on as well. Thanks so much for being here. It's been a great race day, and we look forward to the season kicking off next year. As we say, plenty of action still going on the track, so hang around and look for that, as well as for our party coming up later tonight.
right, all drivers, we're going to have ourselves a podium ceremony here in about 15 minutes. All drivers, start making your way over towards the podium. We're going to have ourselves a podium ceremony here at about 3:15. We will be outside the Porter Garage down there on the cold pits.
Is that the mic I'd use?
So what all do we get to pack up now?
Attention, everybody. If you can hear me right now and you are parked in the north paddock, we need you to start moving your vehicles. If you can hear me and you are parked in the north paddock, we need you to move your vehicle, please. We've got to get set up for autocross, so if you guys don't move, there is not going to be autocross tonight, so we need you to please go ahead, get in your car. Go ahead, park it in a grass area or somewhere that is not the north or south paddock. We've got drift right along.
What's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our awards presentation for our races today, so we hope you're down here at the podium. I'm John Matthews, one of your announcers, and we've had some great racing today. We're going to start off by recognizing first place in our Spec E30 class, Jeremy Buckingham. Congrats, Jeremy. You get to climb up if you want, get your picture on the top step of that podium. Jeremy had the only BMW out there on the track, so congrats, Jeremy. For an announcer, it's easier to see, so it's awesome. It's the unique car out there. So good job, Jeremy. Moving on to, yeah, Jeremy. Moving on to the winners on the podium for our Spec Miata, coming in third place in the 00 car from Decatur, Jose Garcia. Second place, driving the number 64 car from Milton, Keith Williamson. And our top winner in Spec Miata today in the number 93 car from Hushton, 14-year-old Raiden Nickel. Well, let's have a big round of applause for all of our Spec Miata podium finishers. Our final group of awards for round 8 from today is our Radical Racing, and finishing in third place, Justin Rosenblum. Here comes Justin. Come on up, young man. Race fans, this is Justin's first time racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You're saying no? First time at a Radical? First time today. First time out here. All right, you can hop up on the podium as we complete our awards. Second place today, John Pearson. And the winner for our Radical race today in that number 53 machine, Chris Hune. Congrats again to all of our Radical podium winners. As we conclude the awards for today, want you to hold on as we have some other things coming up. Right now, I want to introduce the race director here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Peter Litzenberger. Peter?
I'm not going to try to compete with that. You need to work out a little more. Carry that thing around though, man. All right, gang. Once again, my name is Peter Lutzenberger. I'm the race director. Thank you all for coming out. It was a great season. Just going to do a quick summary or overview of what went on this season. But first of all, I want to thank all the drivers for coming out and all the fans come out here and hang out and watch them go around. So big hand for you guys, as well as the employees. I want to thank all of our AMP employees here for putting in a good season here as well. So hats off to all of you. As far as the season overview, round 1 began in March. It's where Chris Hune in the SE30 class had a big points day over Jeremy. Got ahead over Buckingham. Can you hear me now? Is that a little bit better? Not like this. What, you can't hear me?
Hey, they're having a hard time hearing you.
How about now? Well, we got stock cars going. So round 2 is the beginning of the season long battle between about 5 drivers in the SM class, including Raiden and Jose. And then we went to round 3 where there are a couple of changes. Number 1, we put tech into a little bit more enforcement of the rules and regulations, primarily safety. But that was growing. And that's when the racing got a little bit more aggressive, was round 4. That was May. We had a little bit of contact with 4 or 5 cars. We had a few cars running off. And with downforce, Everett Dixon, Barry Davison, and Corey Bobo started to rack up some points to get in the chase there. Round 4 and round 5, more contact. And round 4 in particular, with the downforce group, had some aggressive driving. Turn 6, can you guys hear me better now? Turn 6, there was 4 wide at one point with the Radicals going into turn 6. It got very aggressive there. Round 6, Kyle and Keith were bump drafting in SM class. More points gains for Raiden, Barry, and Michael in the downforce group. And then during the second race on that round, with lockup under braking, ending up driving off, we won't mention any names, it was two of the pro drivers with the Radical group. It was either Kevin Clifford or John Bruno. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to name names or anything, but it's one of those two that went off in that round. Round 7 last month, Jose and Raiden continued their battle for the lead, making for great entertainment. And the downforce group was between Mike, Nate, Barry, and Tyler Edwards, racking up points again. And just to summarize the whole year, we had some interesting points as well, some interesting things that happened. Number 1, we had somebody in a Miata who decided to get together with a deer and see how high they could get a deer to jump by hitting it. So we had that contest. I wasn't expecting that, to see how high you could get a deer up into the air by hitting it with your car while you're racing. We also had someone stop on the racetrack and get out and mess with their car just before the start of a race on the parade lap or the warm-up lap. I've never seen that before in all my years in motorsports. And then we had somebody who's actually here, Chris Hune, who bought an E30 from another individual who I guess wasn't happy with the deal. He decided to have contact with the seller at one point on the racetrack with that vehicle that he bought too. I guess he felt like he got gypped. But overall, it was a good season, to summarize it all up. But without further ado, I want to introduce who we got. We're going to now go over the actual championship, so you got the championship for each one.
All right, thank you, Peter. Well, you guys that are hanging out in here, check out these trophies that they're going to get for the season-long championship. I just picked up a random one. This is one of the third-place ones. So, without delay, the top 3 in the E30 class, third place is not here today, but third place was Jep Tyrrell in third place. Second place in E30 Series Championship, Chris Hune. That's right, Chris, second place. And the winner of our E30 2021 Series Championship, Jeremy Buckingham. Yay! Congratulations, Jeremy, on your championship. Moving on to our Spec Miata Series Championship results. Finishing overall in third place, Keith Williamson. That's him, right? There we go. Congrats, Keith. Finishing second in Spec Miata, Jose Garcia. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. The Spec Miata 2021 Series champion at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Raiden Nickel. Let's have a big round of applause for all our winners on the podium. In Radicals for 2021, Andrew Nagy. All right, and the winner and the 2021 Radical champion at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Chris Hune. Congratulations to Chris. And with that, that brings a close to our awards. As the trunk and treat begins, later there'll be drifting in the north paddock, super autocross in the south paddock, open track, and eventually there'll be those drag races. So on behalf of my announce partners, Charles Head and Will Rigdon, I'm John Matthews. For all of the staff here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, thank you for joining us today. We look forward to you joining us in 2022. Have a good day.